evening, everyone. This is the City of Southfield regular meeting being conducted as Committee of the Whole for September 13th at 6 p.m. via WebEx. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Banks.
Present.
Brightwell.
Here.
Cruz.
Present.
Frazier.
Here.
Hoskins.
Here.
Mandelbaum.
Present.
Taylor.
Here.
Madam President, you do have a quorum this evening.
Thank you. Council, our first item is a presentation by our United States Representative, Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence? Oh, we cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be with you all tonight to give a presentation on the just a federal update. I'm excited to talk to my city council, being a resident of Southfield, but also to represent this great city. I will give you, Madam Chair, I will give you an update, and it's if you choose to allow some questions, I'll be honored to take them. I wanted you to know I submitted a community project funding request on behalf of the City of Southfield. And I serve as a co-chair of the Appropriations Committee and successfully secured $200,000 for the Centropolis Accelerator, a joint venture between the City of Southfield and Lawrence Tech. And after touring the facility in August, I am so excited to be able to do what they call bring home the bacon and to make sure that small businesses in the City of Southfield have resources. Through the Invest in America Act, I secured 2 infrastructure projects for Southfield, $4.4 million that will go toward the restructuring of Mount Vernon Street in Southfield, and another $750,000 will go towards resurfacing 12 Mile Road. We all know that our infrastructure, especially our roads, have been neglected for so long as in desperate need of repair. And I am going to keep working in Congress to make sure that we have the funds we need. Now, the thing that I want to make very clear is that federal dollars and being on appropriations, one of the most powerful committees in Congress, I want to continue to be very clear. I will fight as hard as I can, but I also have trust in you as the body that appropriates the funds that you received, and your city administrator and your treasurer, that collectively all those funds that we work so hard for will benefit the city and the citizens of this great city. 2 weeks ago, I hosted a back-to-school town hall at the Southfield Public Library, and I was joined by Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist and the Detroit Public Schools Deputy Superintendent, the Southfield Superintendent, and an administrator from the Oakland County Health Department. We discussed steps that are being taken to deliver our expectation of education for our children while ensuring safety and health of our students, our teachers, and our staff. I can tell you the thing that is, after we were awarded the vaccines and we were going in the right direction, my biggest anxiety right now is for the safety of returning our children back to school, and we know they need to go back. I've been working tirelessly with the administration, FEMA, and SBA to make sure our constituents recover from the floods and the power outages. I support Governor Whitmer's recent request to President Biden to add Macomb and Oakland counties to the major disaster declaration granted on July 15th. The state of Michigan is appealing FEMA's decision not to add Oakland and Macomb County. We're still exploring avenues to ensure Southfield and all the communities in the 14th district get the resources that they need as a result of this national disaster. I also have been working to pass, most recently, H.R. 4, that's the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Just to give you an update on my leadership positions, I serve on the House Appropriation Committee, where I am the vice chair of that committee. I serve as the vice chair of the Black Caucus. I serve as the co-chair of the Women's Caucus for the Democratic Caucus in Congress. I also serve as the founder and co-chair of the Black Jewish Caucus. I'm so excited about these positions of leadership and will continue to use that so that it will benefit all of the 14th District. And if I can just review that with you again, it's all 5 of the Grosse Pointes, Harper Woods, the city of Detroit, the east and west side of Detroit. I have Hamtramck. Then I cross 8 miles, Royal Oak Township, Oak Park, Southfield, Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield, Keego Harbor, Orchard Lake, Sylvan Lake, Pontiac, and Lathrop Village. So those are all the communities, and I'm fighting hard, but I always remember home. Another thing that with the Voting Rights Act, we all know that our right to vote is the pin that holds our democracy together. And if we lose sight of what we have gone through, the history has taught us, when you discriminate and you put barriers up and you deny people the right to vote, our democracy starts eroding. I want you to know that we're working hard to get H.R. 4 passed. I want you to know, too, the House passed the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We are still waiting for the Senate to act. That is still important. This whole country, there was not a state in the United States of America that did not have the people take to the streets and yell and march and protest that we need criminal justice reform. So I will keep you updated on that. I did my job. I voted, and we're working hard right now to get it passed through the Senate. We're also have a lot of things we're working on now to bring you up to date. We're working on a reconciliation bill to go along with a bipartisan infrastructure bill that we passed in the House. We're working with the Senate to get that passed. And I wanted to give you some of my priorities in the reconciliation bill: investing in our electric vehicle infrastructure and electrifying the United States Postal Service fleet. As you all know, I worked 30 years in the post office. I serve on the Government Oversight Committee, and I am the 2 committees that I'm on is Appropriations and Government Oversight. And so I work very hard to make sure that the Postal Service stays vibrant, and man, are we working through some challenges. As you know, the Postal Service was politicized in the last administration, and we're working very hard to get the Postal Service to the point where it can actually meet the delivery standards that we expect. And I've heard from my Southfield constituents about their frustration, and it does not go unnoted, and I am working hard on that. Also, strengthening our water infrastructure. Specifically, we need to fix our wastewater systems to help combat the stormwater and flooding that we have seen all throughout my district. I learned very intimately while being the mayor of Southfield that the water infrastructure is the thing that kept me awake at night. And I took that to Congress. And the city of Southfield, the state of Michigan, the United States of America throughout, we are struggling with an aging, inefficient water infrastructure. We have seen the 1,000-year storms happening 3 times in 2 weeks. We know that the way that we are in our climate and the way that water the rains and the floods, we are going to have to invest and build a climate resilient. And that's a term that President Biden has been using that to me is energizing, a climate resilient infrastructure that can uphold the flooding and the water and the temperatures, the heat, the freezing, that the old infrastructure not only is aging, but it's not effective. So we have a lot of work to do. The other thing in this reconciliation, I'm fighting for child care and support for child care providers. Two things in this country. We repeatedly say that we protect our children and our seniors, but we disrespect the people that we choose to care for them. To give an example, those who care for our elders and those who care for our children are some of the lowest paid workers and the less regulated. We know that you cannot go in the hospital and just put on a lab coat and say that you are a x-ray technician or you are a nurse. You have certain criterias and standards that you have to meet to be certified. We need to make sure that we are certifying, training, and giving a salary that is deserving of those who take care of the least of us, our children and our elders. And that's something I will continue to fight for. Providing diversity in our workplace, including women and people of color. One of the things that was so profound when I was at the White House talking to President Biden about investing in our infrastructure, and Representative Clyburn was with me, and he said, "You know something, Mr. President, during the New Deal, we invested, is the last time we invested in our infrastructure in America. And what's so profound about that is that it gave jobs and so many people benefited from it, but not all of America, because minorities were left out, especially people of color. Women were left out. And we cannot do that this time. So one of the things that I'm fighting for and keeping my thumb on the pulse of this bill is to ensure that whatever we do, we are going to put forth an effort to include minorities and women in these jobs, minority contractors, minority skilled trade workers, those in African Americans and Hispanic and other minorities, to ensure that when we are hiring in these skilled trades, that is not just certain groups of people that looks like family and friends of the existing skilled trades. And I've had this conversation with my labor groups, and they know, because of the work shortage in our skilled trades, the average age of a skilled trade worker in America is 56 years old, and we do not have a workforce to replace them. So it is incumbent upon us, not only just to embrace diversity, is it incumbent upon us, if we really want to build back better, if we really want to fix our infrastructure, that we have a workforce to do it. So we have some work to do. I will continue to fight to improve the Postal Service and address the mail delays that's happening. Southfield received $1.46 million in relief from the American Rescue Plan. I'm proud of that, and I'm counting on you all to make that work and to bring you out of all of the challenges and financial challenges and those potholes in your budget that you saw because we had to survive COVID. So I'm looking for a report from you on that. I want you to know that part of the job that is of the congressional office is for us to take in cases. And that's casework, where constituents will call in and say, I need help with the federal government. And I just wanted to give you kind of a summary of what we have received from the constituents of Southfield. For the Small Business Administration, We received 6 requests. We received requests for communications and proclamation that's ongoing. The IRS, we received 4. The Department of Justice, internship requests, Department of Labor, VA, and tour requests. Those are the summary of the type of requests that I'm getting from Southfield. So with that, I just want to wrap up and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. We have so much on our plate to take care of, and we really, really, really need to work together. And that is when there are issues with the federal government. I work for the city of Southfield, and I'm here tonight because I requested to come before you to give you an update. I always want you to know my door is open. As a matter of fact, to everyone listening, I am now at the Berg. I enter into a lease agreement. It's not free. I have to pay federal dollars for it, so no one can say I got a good deal. But I am a resident of Southfield personally, but one of my congressional offices are located right there at the Berg. You can walk in. We're staffed, ready to help you with any federal issue. And the other office is downtown Detroit. It is in Greektown, and we are right above the building where Fishbones is. So if you need me, I'm there, and it's an honor to serve. And I will yield back to our president, our chair, president of the city council. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman Lawrence. We appreciate you stopping by, and you're welcome anytime. Thank you so much for the updates. And as much as you love Southfield, we love you, and we're here to support you in all the endeavors. And we can't say thank you enough for keeping us in the forefront and making sure that we are allocated all the funds that you've provided for us. I just want to say thank you. Personally, it's awesome, and I really am very much excited, thrilled, and honored to have you in Congress and fighting for us the way that you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for me?
Yes, I'll ask council at this time if they have any questions, and I'll start with you, Councilwoman Banks.
Thank you, and I would like to echo everything that our council president said. It's nice to see you, Congresswoman. I'm excited about some of the issues that you've addressed, and I hope and pray that we can get this postal service situation resolved.
Yes.
And I'm so happy to hear about your child care and also senior reform. But, everything you said was important. I think we're all passionate, and you know how to get a hold of us. Thank you for the good work that you do and for representing Southfield and staying here with your congressional office.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
Yes. Councilwoman, Congresswoman, I'm excitedly pleased with all that you're doing for Southfield. I think you're doing a very excellent job, and obviously I don't need to say this, but you clearly have my support forever. With respect to the money that you're bringing to Southfield, I will make sure, the finance chair, I'll make sure that we get a report out to you how that money is being used. And just as a little a pat on the back for the city of Southfield, the finance committee for the city of Southfield is being used as a best practice. So we have that committee is really established to the extent that I could say we will get a report out to you, and it'll be a very good report, something that you could use anywhere that you go. Simply because the city, the whole committee now is considered the best practice place. But let me ask one or two questions that gets into the weed a little bit.
Okay.
How is plans in the works to get rid of this guy LaJoy, who's in the postal service? Isn't that an appointed position by the president?
It is appointed, but the rules state that the Board of Governors are empowered to remove him. The Board of Governors are majority appointed by the previous administration, and they're not running to replace him. Just recently, Biden appointed 3 new Board of Governor members. It's a 7 Board of Governors. And so we have to keep our eye on them, because when we complain to the Board of Governors, the previously appointed ones will say that he's doing fine. We know we have, as a result of the politicizing of the Postal Service, because they became such a key resource in delivering of the ballots. Nancy and our city clerk, current city clerk, know how important the Postal Service is to our democracy of voting. And as a result of that, and being backed up with all of the untruths, he's a little empowered, and now he's getting into the weeds of restructuring the Postal Service, which is where our current conflict mine with him, because if he restructures the way that he says, is building in delays of the mail, and he's trying to get the Postal Rate Commission to lower the standards. So instead of saying, if I mail a letter today in Southfield, to someone in Farmington Hills, they should be able to get it the next day. He wants to lower that, so it will be, no, the standard is you'll get it in 3 to 5 days, which is totally unacceptable. But we are working on it, and it's. I wish nothing in politics is easy. I wish it was easier, but the rules are that only the Board of Governors can remove the Postmaster General.
Okay, I'm going to ask one other question. This also gets into the weeds over, and this is the Republican Party now seems to be a party that has lost their way, and they are just trying to survive by dealing with all this election state by state, denying individuals the access to the polls. And that's having to pick this up somewhere. But is it at your level of thought that the Republican Party will have to go out because they cannot win an election without rigging all the pots? And it was postulated before that there's something else going to have to replace the Republican Party, because they cannot be elected in the United States on a fair basis.
Well, I have to say that a bad politician is a bad politician. It's not because they're a Republican, and it's not because they're a Democrat. I want to be very clear that there are people who vote for the person that they choose will best represent them. And in different parts of the country, that is a Republican. In other parts of the country, it's a Democrat. So what we'll see is how the Republican Party defines themselves. And our democracy is built on a 2-party system. I will tell you the rubs and I always often remind people, if you think our Constitution is an amazing document of democracy, it was not a Democrat or Republican policy. It was that rub. There were cane fights. There were many different levels of debate and compromise that built that document. I don't want that to go away, but I do want a party, whichever one you're in, to be focused and dedicated to the people. I can't explain this period that I'm going through. I refuse to just say because you belong to a different party that you're a bad person. That's not a reality. But there is something that's happening to the focus of why, when you get elected, you're not elected to serve a party. You're elected to serve the people. And we as a people must continue to stand up and demand what we want from our government.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't want to take up too much more time, but I have referred several people for your constituent services, and
yes,
they to me and indicated they have gotten a good response from your office.
I'm glad to hear that, because that's my goal, is to take care of the people.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz?
Yes, I don't have any questions. I appreciate Congresswoman Lawrence for coming in today, and I do just want to comment on one of her last statements about her casework. I personally had an issue that I was working on for a constituent, and her office was extremely responsive to what the need was. The matter was taken care of, and I just really appreciate the fact that she is a true congressperson that does the type of work that's expected. And we appreciate you, and we're so glad you still representing this city of Southfield as well. So have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Just to remind anyone that's listening, if you have a student loan and you've got some issues with it, if it's the IRS, if it is the Veterans Affairs, if it's small business loans, if it is getting contracts with GSA, I represent you. And anytime that you get bogged down with the federal government, and now it's just horrific because of COVID and a lot of the centers aren't open, that's my job, is to get through all the minutia and get you where you need to be, so that you can get answers from your government. And so I'm so glad to hear that my staff, I have a great staff, and that they're committed to helping.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes, Congresswoman.
You know what, Frazier? I just did not. When I saw you were back on the city council, I go like, this man is Southfield. He will never go away. You're going to be there when I'm 100 years old. You're still going to be sitting there in city council. I'm so glad to hear your voice.
Well, I sure hope not. No, when you get to be 100 years old, I'll be 150. So, thanks so much for being here this evening and sharing your time with us. I do have a couple of questions and some comments. The first comment is, when you talked about people that are underpaid, and you're talking about the healthcare workers and childcare people, I have totally agree with you. And a lot of those are staffed by people of color, and it's pretty easy to not pay attention to the fact that they're being underpaid, especially with females.
Yes.
The other group that I hope that you have on your list are school teachers.
Mm-hmm.
School teachers really make the difference between those folks that can do and have a hard time doing.
Absolutely.
And so I wanted to get that out. The other thing is, I'm certainly glad to hear you're on the appropriations, which is one of the most powerful committees, because that's money.
Yes.
My question about the appropriations, if something is generated in the House, does it have to be agreed with in the Senate in order to be complete? Or can you appropriate your own? Do you have a pot of money that you can appropriate without being approved by the Senate?
No, it's a system. I'll give you an example. Those projects that I got approved through for the city of Southfield, those direct funding that will come directly to you, the Senate doesn't change my project. The project is still the same, but the Senate must approve the funds being dispersed. So it's different levels of approval. They won't say, well, we don't want that to go to Southfield. We want it to go to West Bloomfield. They can't do that. But what they would do is say that we appropriate this amount of money being spent, and the Congress directs it.
Okay. One of the other concerns I've had, and I've had this for a long time, and that is our Great Lakes are 20% of the fresh water in the world. And with people moving from the Midwest out to the Southwest where they need water. And I know that the governors and folks in Canada have an agreement that they aren't going to let the Great Lakes be drained to the Southwest. But we've got a situation where people can move from the Southwest to the border of the Great Lakes and start draining the water out of the Great Lakes and making money like they're doing with bottled water right now.
Yes.
And we need to protect that Great Lakes or else we're all going to be in trouble.
I tell you, you're preaching to the choir right now. There is a Midwest committee, and we talk about that often, and we don't, some of these things rest in the hands of the governor, and our governor really needs to step up when it comes to the water distribution. And we are very nervous because as we see the climate change, where water in places like Nevada and California and other places, they're struggling to just get the basic level of water to survive. And they're looking over here at our Great Lakes, and they're vibrant. So you're preaching to the choir, and we are keeping an eye on that. But our governor needs to step up and make people pay for the use of our water, and to not allow it to just be taken. I wanted to comment on something you said earlier about the pay of our the majority of our caregivers, and that's the term we give those who take care of our children and our elders and our special need population, are predominantly women, and predominantly women of color. And we found, as I told you, I'm co-chair of the Women's Caucus, that if America was really serious about reducing poverty in America and addressing the just nasty evils that happen because people are in poverty, health, crime, all of that, housing is affected by poverty in America. If they just put their emphasis on women in the workforce, removing the barriers for child care to ensure that women are included in all levels of employment, that we put forth an effort to train in non-traditional jobs, that you would lift women out of poverty and in essence reduce poverty in America, that will just be transformational. So you're absolutely right. We have an opportunity in the Women's Caucus under my leadership. That has been something I'm in the face of the Republicans, in the face of our administration, in the face of our community groups, to let everyone know that the opportunity and it's critical and we should do it now. And that is to address, and the thing that is frustrating to me, you can walk off the street, walk in a nursing home and get a job with no formal training. And you're taking care of some of the most sick, health challenged people in America, our elders. There's something wrong with that. And then our children, in the daycare centers and all that, they may love children, but there are certain things that we expect for our children, the care to be given. I know I'm going off on a tangent again, but that to me is a debate and a discussion we need to have at a very high level in America.
Good. And last thing that I have is I'm just flummoxed at why anyone won't get a COVID shot. But if there's anything that you can do from the giving us words of wisdom, sending us posters or whatever to encourage people to get their COVID shot, especially minorities. And that just makes my head hurt when I think about minorities that refuse to get their COVID shots. So whatever you can do, I for one would appreciate it.
I did a COVID. I worked myself ragged trying to promote and make it accessible. We know that politicians don't always motivate people, but I did everything that I could. We know it's free. We know it works. And we know that Black people died at a rate that was disproportionate to any other race. And we have lost so much in our community. People who we were talking to and was happy and well and got the virus and died. I attended way too many funerals or sent too many letters of regret to families. So we will continue to work on this. I had one young African American tell me that it wasn't approved, it was an emergency use. And once they validate it as being a regulated vaccine, then he would take the vaccine. So we jumped through that hoop. It's no longer emergency status. It is one of the FDA approved vaccines in the normal lineup of medical care. So that excuse has been removed. And what's sick now is that the majority, I think the last time I heard was 96% of the people who are dying from COVID now are unvaccinated.
Right.
If that isn't a motivation, I don't know what else we can do.
Yep. Okay. Well, thank you so much for being there and spending time with us this evening. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
Thank you, and thank you, Congresswoman, for all the work that you've been doing, your advocacy, all the funding you've fought for us. I just want to also kind of echo what Councilman Cruz was saying. And in my day job working for our state senator, I can also attest to the great work that you and your staff have done. We get a number of issues that aren't state issues, but end up being federal issues. And it's always a pleasure and a joy to work with your staff. They're very responsive. They handle all of those situations very well. So kudos to you for that. And that's all I have, really. Thank you so much for being here and taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you. I tell you, it's nothing better than to have your own community reap the benefit of your hard work. I thank you all so much for these kind words, and my staff, on behalf of my staff, I just really want you to know that we're committed to you.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum?
No, all my questions have been asked, but I too have had the opportunity and pleasure to use the Congresswoman's office for some help with expediting some passports.
Yes. Oh, that's a big deal now. Oh my goodness. If anyone is going to travel, please don't wait to the last minute. The normal 6 weeks or whatever they would say, it has almost been double because of COVID. We try to work miracles and sometimes we get it to work, but it's breaking my heart to see people have vacations planned and they call me the day before, 2 days before saying, can you help me? So I'm glad I was able to help you. But anyone going to travel, just do it as soon as you know. If your passport is going to expire in December, you should have your request to renew it in now.
Yeah, so the constituent called me after they spoke to your office after I sent them there, and they had a very positive experience, and I believe that it was able to get resolved. So, thank you for all your efforts on that.
Yes.
Other than that, thank you for all your updates. It's great to hear what's happening at the federal level, and thank you again for your service.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Cyber?
Yes, good evening, Congresswoman.
Good evening, Mayor. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
I can't tell you how appreciative I am. We need road dollars.
Yes.
And the two funds that you have secured are very important to us. And met with very positive response when I spoke to residents in the Mount Vernon area.
Yes.
And I continue to share our concerns about the post office. It appears to me, given my interactions with the post office, that they're understaffed.
Yes.
And I know in the Lathrop post office, they're closed at certain hours and certain days, and the sign says lack of staff. So it's not, I guess it's more than my perception.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure whether that's cutbacks within the system, or we do have many more job openings than we have people working right now. So perhaps it's a combination, but it's sad to me that first-class postage does not seem to mean anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
As far as prompt delivery. But I know you've got the background in this and the passion, so please keep up the fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big part of your life, and I'm a great believer in the United States Postal Service, so we hope that things will improve. Thank you again for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want you to know I had these calls of people going weeks at a time without getting mail. And I was livid. I went all the way up the food chain saying, what, you cannot, nothing you can tell me make this acceptable. So it's getting better, but during the period of time when COVID was there, the amount of people coming to work had decreased. And because they were federal employees, if you felt you were unsafe, they would not come to work. Now, add insult to injury. In addition to that, they tried to hire in the middle of COVID, offering jobs, raise the level of pay for the temporary workers. And they would come in one day and seeing that they had to go door to door, be out in the public, be at a window, or do whatever their task was, and they would not stay. They would not work. We know that, people have their opinions on the unemployment, that unemployment played a major role in people saying, I'm just not going to work, it's not worth it. Well, that's over now. But this is something I need the help of the city council. We had that power outage, and I called the CEO of DTE, just letting him have it, because my power was out 5 days. And he went back to the tree trimming. And I'm frustrated because how many years are we going to hear the story about tree trimming? But he cannot hire people. They make $60,000 a year. And people aren't even applying for the jobs. We are going to have to do everything in our power, all of your political influence, to get people to work. Tree trimming, skilled trades, post office. The jobs these are not $9 an hour jobs. They're careers that you can have, and in some cases make more, unfortunately, than a school teacher. $60,000 a year to cut trees, and those jobs are waiting for you. The Postal Service, if you go to the Postal Service, they are hiring off. They need people so bad. But we're going to have to use our bully platform to make sure that we're bringing people in and encouraging them and making these jobs available. I was trying to do a skilled trade workshop and to bring in all these people are hiring. And they told me the last time they had 20 people showed up, and they had 40 companies there to hire, and only 20 people showed up. but we're going through a transformation, and people are going to have to start working again. And but we're going to have to push that envelope because our economy, our way of life is based on the fact that we need people to work. I've said I will never sit through another line at a McDonald's. You know, it's getting to the point where it is becoming a affront to our quality of life in America.
Thank you. City Administrator Zorn.
I just want everyone to know that whenever I call Fred to discuss an issue, to talk about concerns, to get information, I just really want to thank you for how responsive you have been, and to let the council know that you're always working. And I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for the kind words. My statements echo the same. Whenever I call Brenda and send her text all the time, as well as her staff, I thoroughly enjoy our working relationship and what she delivers for the residents of Southfield. Mount Vernon and 12 Mile, those are big deals, and I'm really excited about the entrepreneurial support for Centropolis as well. It was great spending a half day with you, and you're incredibly generous with your time. I know the demands on a Congress member, so we're grateful for all that you do. And just the compliments to your staff as well, Congresswoman. You've got an excellent team there. Thank you. Appreciate everything you do for us.
Well, thank you so much, Congresswoman. We can't say thank you enough, and we appreciate your time and all the hard work that you do, you and your staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I will be around because we're getting out more, and keep me on your dance sheet. Invite me to things so that I can be there with you also. To the mayor, to the council president, to our city clerk, and to our members of the council, just thank you, because we are a team, and I just look forward to working with you and seeing the great things that you do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, council. Our next item we have two things. First of all, let me say, due to the weather, we may experience some internet interruptions during this meeting. So just know that we are aware, and we're working on those. If for any reason you might lose power or what have you, or lose the internet connection, we are aware of that. Also, we have an item that was sent to us after our council packet had went out, and it was from our city administrator, an authorization to submit a state disaster contingency fund grant. So I wanted to add that as item 2A, because item 2 is asking for a Rule 10. This item for the authorization is also an ask for a Rule 10. So I'm just going to ask that we would just, once we review these two and discuss them, that we can just ask for a Rule 10 on both 2 and 2A. And now we're going to go into item number 2, which is the authorization agreement with the Anti-Defamation League of Michigan for the use of the Fricassi Municipal Campus on Sunday, October the 10th, 2021.
Good evening, council members. This is Planner Crow, just going to make a brief introduction of this item. On with us tonight is Miss Carolyn Normadin, Regional Director of the Anti-Defamation League, and she's going to talk about their proposed Walk Against Hate, scheduled for Sunday, October 10th, 2021. Next slide, please. And with that, Carolyn, we have 2 slides. A little bit about your event. You can give a brief overview of your organization, and then the final slide is the proposed route. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. If we could go back one slide, please.
And with that, with the permission of the council president, I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Normadin, to talk about your organization and your proposed walk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Terry, and thank you, Madam Council President, as well as all the members of the council. I'd like to also say thank you to the entire Southfield team. The ADL has been around for a long, long time, more than a century. It's a civil rights organization, and our mission has not ever changed in 108 years. Our mission has always been to stop the defamation of Jewish people and to secure justice and fair treatment to all. So a lot of what the Congresswoman was talking about in terms of, you know, lifting people up is what we do. And in fact, I've worked with Congresswoman Lawrence's herself and her team on many, many occasions. I echo some of the things that I heard some of the council members talk about. Her office is wonderful. We stand together, she and I, shoulder to shoulder on many, many issues, including the work with the Congressional Black and Jewish Caucus. I myself am an executive on the executive team of the local Coalition for Black and Jewish Unity here in Michigan. As regional director of the ADL, I have to say, I have responsibility for Michigan, and we're part of a national organization of 25 offices around the country. What we do is we educate, we investigate, and we advocate. And so that's, on the advocacy front is where I work with Congresswoman Lawrence a lot. We investigate incidents of hate, and today we tweeted about 2 incidents of hate that had nothing to do with Jewish people or anybody else, but were promulgated because of September 11th. And that was in Grand Blanc, a community was, an Islamic center was vandalized, and then a woman was harassed here in Detroit. So it's no secret that the rise of hate has gone up dramatically in the last several years. And ADL is a national organization, and what we do is we fight anti-Semitism and we combat hate and protect communities. We confront discrimination, we secure justice. All those things are the things we do. That's the bread and butter that we work with every day. And part of our 25 offices has done a walk every year. I've only been with the ADL for 3.5 years. I came to the ADL by way of General Motors, and then I spent a couple of years working as the Vice President of Operations at the Charles Wright Museum of African American History. So ADL is relatively new to me for the past 3.5 years. And we've never had a walk while I've been the regional director, but we'd like to. And there's a national walk planned. Many, many offices are participating. Offices in Atlanta and Dallas and Indianapolis and Philadelphia and San Diego. The state of Arizona is having a couple of walk sites. Florida is having a couple of walk sites. Here in Michigan, we have walk teams in Petoskey and Grand Rapids. And then we have some walk teams in southeastern Michigan. And that's why I'm speaking to you tonight. I've been working with Terry and his team in the planning team. I have a board member probably on this call. His name is Jason Brown, and he's been involved with the colitis and Crohn's disease walk at the Southfield Civic Center. And that's why we're asking for your help, because we're modeling our walk around the Crohn's and colitis walk. We've corresponded with the mayor's office and the city attorney's office to make sure certificates of insurance are done, formal requests have been made. I personally have taken meetings with the planning team, Parks and Recreation, the police chief, the fire chief, members of the security team on the EMS side. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see sort of an agenda. We have a proposed route. We've worked with the planning team to work on a route, and I'll show it to you in a second. We expect about 200 people. We are going to use 2 to 3 tents. Actually, Parks and Rec just offered us 120 by 20 tent, so we're going to use that. Parks and Rec is going to offer us the trash cans and receptacles. I've ordered portable commodes to make sure that when we leave the site, everything is perfect. We have volunteers from our board members. We have students from our No Place for Hate schools that will be helping us. On the left is our Walk Against Hate. You see sort of the value of being part of a national organization. So we have signage and we have sign-up sheets and things like that that come from our national office. So what we're really hoping to do is to enter a partnership with the city. As I said, I've spoken with the police chief, Barron, and the fire chief. I've spoken with Russell Malberg. Our goal is to try and do this in a small way, dip our toe in the water and have a small walk. And hopefully, as time goes on, continue to partner. I think Southfield is a wonderful place to be able to offer this walk, because not only is it centralized in southeastern Michigan, but it's also known as a diverse and vibrant community. And the last several weeks I've been on the grounds, and it's a beautiful place to host this walk. So I'd like to ask for permission to do that. And I can show, if somebody wants to go to the next slide, working with the planning team, Terry and his team, we were looking for a walk that's slightly under 2 miles so that we can have people walk and then get done with the walk by 1 o'clock to make sure everything is shape on Sunday afternoon. This walk is planned for Sunday, October 10th. And again, that coincides with a national effort in communities all over the country. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that would be asked of me, but that's our humble request.
Okay, thank you. I will give council an opportunity to ask you questions, but I also want to ask if this is approved tonight, if you could also get the information to Cable 15. We do have I don't know not an advertising, but a board where an avenue where we can get information out to the public through Cable 15.
Absolutely.
So if this is approved tonight, that might be something you'd want to do. And you can reach out to our cable manager, Lisa Hawkins, and she would definitely be able to help with getting that kind of information out.
Thank you. I would love to. We have a number of community efforts that are ongoing. We have to make sure that we had permission to have this site before the walk site is up and people can register to walk, but actually having a walk site rather than a virtual walk. Last year, because of COVID, we did this virtually. But thank you, Madam President. I will reach out to Lisa Hawkins if this is approved tonight.
Okay, thank you. And council, I'll start with you, Councilman Brightwell.
Yes. First of all, I would like to make a motion for Rule 10. I'm very comfortable with this, and I would like to see action taken on it tonight and immediately.
Okay, can we go through our questions first of the council, and then I'm going to ask for a motion for Rule 10 for both this and our next item together, and then we can, go forward, if that's okay with you, Councilman Brightwell.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I have a very excellent presentation and thorough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz?
Yes, of course, I'm in full support of this. If anyone knows my background, this is the type of thing that we like to support and stand for. And if there's going to be use of the municipal center at that time, I would like to just remind folks that we do have an area on the campus where our peace bowls are located. I think that'd be a great space to culminate the activity for that day. So I just want to give that suggestion, but I'm going to support it nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hoskins?
I have no questions on this either, and I'm looking forward to it. Right, thank you.
Councilman Mandelbaum?
I definitely do not have any questions. I'm in full support of this, and I will be there walking with them. So
great. And Councilwoman Banks?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor? Okay, hearing nothing. Is there anything else you want to say, Terry, before we make a motion?
No, it just due to the fact that this event is in 3 weeks and the organization needs to get the word out and make sure they're comfortable. That's why we're asking for a Rule 10 tonight.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I couldn't get off mute. Yes. No, I met with the folks several weeks ago and turned this over to the planning department. Again, we're a welcoming city. We passed a welcoming city resolution. As Councilman Cruz said, we're also a city of peace. And this is the perfect event for Southfield to host. As others have said, I will be there walking with you.
Great.
Madam Chair, the only comment is I know Ms. Normadin has been in contact with Ms. King, and I know they got to finalize the insurance and certificate requirements, but that would be subject to, your approval would be subject to that being finalized.
Okay. But first we have.
Madam Chair, I've asked for the approval on our COI. The only thing they were waiting was for to make sure everything was buttoned up in terms of route and everything like that. So I see no problem getting that certificate of insurance.
Beautiful. Okay, first we have to have a Rule 10, and I'm going to ask if we could ask for a Rule 10 for this item, the authorization agreement for the Anti-Defamation League, but also if we could ask for the Rule 10 for the authorization to submit the State Disaster Contingency Fund grant. Just to save time, this is just for us to approve a Rule 10 request for both items.
Madam Chair, I make a motion for a Rule 10 on both items you spoke of. One being the authority authorized agreement with the Anti-Defamation League of Michigan for the use of the Picasso Municipal Campus on October 10, 2021. And also authorization to submit the State Disaster Contingency Fund grant. I make a motion for those two items.
For the Rule 10 for those two items.
Yes, I'm make a motion for 10.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Cruz, support.
Thank you. It's been motioned by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Cruz, for a immediate need to act for item for authorization agreement with the Anti-Defamation League, and also for the submission of the State Disaster Contingency Fund grant. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Brightwell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Frazier,
Yes.
Hoskins,
Yes.
Mandelbaum,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Banks.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to hear a motion, council, for the authorization agreement with the Anti-Defamation League.
Madam Chair, Councilman Bright again, I make a motion for the approval of item 2, the authorization. Authorize the agreement with the Anti-Defamation League for the October 10 use of the Picasso campus.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Mandelbaum, for the approval of the authorization agreement with the Anti-Defamation League of Michigan for the use of the Donald Fracassi campus on Sunday, October 10th, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Cruz,
Yes.
Frazier,
Yes.
Hoskins,
Yes.
Mandelbaum,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Banks,
Yes.
and Brightwell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to the council.
Okay. And then our next item is the, and thank you very much for presenting tonight. We look
Thank you
forward
so
to the
much. Thank you very, very much for your help. I'd like to give a shout out to the entire Southfield team for all the help that they gave me in preparation for this night. Thank you very much for your support, and I hope to see you all on Sunday, October 10th, with your walking shoes on.
All right, thank you. Our next item is the authorization to submit state disaster contingency fund grant. Fred, are you going to present that, or?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay.
And thank you for the Rule 10 on this item, Councilman Brightwell and Councilman Cruz. We're requesting authorization to submit the disaster relief contingency fund grant to the state of Michigan. The resolution follows the state format and requests to cover the city's expenses for the storm relating to the July 7th, 2020 rain event. The reimbursement or the grant amount is $50,798.03. I've included the resolution in the bottom of the write-up. I did, Madam President, speak to all council members regarding this. Apologize for the lateness in it, but we received it just this afternoon, and the state is expecting it tomorrow. So the resolution authorizes the submittal of the application, which was attached, as well as authorizes Justin Beck, our emergency Homeland Security Director, authority to execute and sign the agreement. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, I'll ask council. I'll start with you, Councilman Cruz.
Problems here. I'll support.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier.
I'm okay.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum.
I'm all good. Thank you.
Good. Councilwoman Banks.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Brightwell.
No questions.
Okay, council. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Rule 10.
We did the Rule 10 already.
Mhm.
We did them both together.
Oh, it was okay. Well, I'd like to move the motion that we support the submission of the application as presented.
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilman Frazier, for the approval of the authorization to submit the state disaster contingency fund grant. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Frazier,
Yes.
Haskins,
Yes.
Mandelbaum,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Banks,
Yes.
and Brightwell.
Yes.
Thank you. Fred, is there anything else that we need to, or do you need, or any other comments?
No, thank you. But thank you for your support on this, and we'll be submitting it to the state tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you. All right, our next item is the authorization for auto body repair services for the motor pool. I think they're looking for approval of 2 vendors to use. And I believe, John, you're going to present that tonight?
I am, Council President. Thank you and good evening to everyone.
Thank
I
you.
am presenting it, but Nikki Lumpkin from Purchasing and Kevin Clark from Motor Pool are on the line if very specific questions come up. First of all, I think as everyone knows, Southfield Motor Pool does not actually repair vehicles damaged in accidents. Instead, they coordinate that with area body shops. Since October of 2019, Motor Pool has primarily taken vehicles to Avis Ford under a series of short-term council resolutions, while Motor Pool and Purchasing worked to identify qualified shops to use on a more permanent basis. Purchasing published a request for qualifications to 43 body shops, but only received 2 responses by the deadline of August 11th. They were Avis Ford of Southfield and Pat Milliken Ford of Redford Township. Motor Pool and Purchasing vetted both shops and found them to be qualified. They've actually done good work for us in the past and in a timely manner. We request that Council authorize the use of Avis Ford and Pat Milliken Ford on an as-need basis for a 2-year period beginning September 14th, 2021, if this moves to the consent agenda.
Okay, council, I will entertain any questions or concerns that you might have. And I'll start with you, Councilman Frazier.
Is this contract for how long?
2 years.
2 years? Usually there's also with a 1 year contingency or whatever. Is that, or is this just 2 years and then straight 2 years?
This is a straight 2 years.
Okay, all right. Somebody better make sure they put a tickle date on it so that we don't run out of calendar before we run out of bent up fenders.
Yes, sir. You're right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
No questions for me on this. Thank you.
Councilman Mandelbaum?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
John, I have a question, and I'm familiar with it. So, how will we ensure that the work will be equitably distributed among these suppliers? I don't want anything to pop up down the road indicating that we were favoring one over the other.
Well, between the two, Sir, Motor Pool will be primarily interested in who can repair the work timely, since both are quality work. I don't, right. Other than that, it's in our interest to send it to who can get it done first. So I'm not sure there's a reason for anyone to show preferential treatment in either direction.
Well, there's probably no reason, but things do pop up. I'm just thinking about, and I have an auditor's mind, and so how things pop up that we show someone favoritism. And so is there any way we can just sort of keep track of this, making sure somebody's not getting 90% of their work and the other was getting 10 or whatever?
Absolutely, sir. And we will keep track. And if there's a difference in who goes where, we'll know the reason for that. Yeah.
It's just some type of tilting from a eyeballing standpoint. We saw a tilt if there's a tilt or something, just to make sure that the city will not be accused of showing favoritism one way or the other.
I think that's a good point, sir, and that will be reviewed on a regular basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Cruz?
Yes, I have no questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, do you have any questions for us?
No, but this is a matter of some urgency, as we have a number of police vehicles that are in need of repair, as they've been involved with crime-stopping activities.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you. It'll be on our consent agenda next week, so.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council President.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Our next item is the authorization to purchase live scan.
Are we going to vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is to be moved to the consent agenda for next week.
Mind.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Our next item is the authorization to purchase live scan fingerprinting and mugshot equipment for Plymouth.
Good evening, Madam President and City Council. This is Meredith Morgan on behalf of Chief Barron. We are looking to purchase upgraded live scan equipment. As you know, we use the Plymouth system through Oakland County. They have advised us that they are upgrading all of their equipment and would like to do so before the end of the year. The police department has 2 live scan computers that we use for fingerprinting and 2 mugshot computers that we use. The total cost for all equipment is $21,855.04. That has already been negotiated by Oakland County for the purchase of the equipment. It will be budgeted or purchased through use of forfeiture funds, and we're asking that we move this to the consent agenda for next week.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'll start with you if you have any questions or concerns. Councilman Hoskins?
No questions for me on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz?
No questions. Thank you.
And Councilman Frazier?
No questions.
Okay. Mayor, did you have any comments or questions?
None, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, seeing none, John, or I'm sorry, did you have anything else you might want to add or any other information you'd like to give us at this time?
No, ma'am, nothing at all. Thank you.
Okay. And then if not, then we'll move this to the consent agenda for next week. All right.
Thank you.
Our next item is the presentation and discussion regarding the special use request of Mr. Fanar Salama for 23380 Telegraph Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do a brief introduction. If we can go to the next slide. So this, the petitioner owner is West Southfield Investment. I believe Mr. Fanar and Fadi are on the line, and I'll be turning that over to them shortly. The property is located at 23380 Telegraph Road, which was the former McVee's restaurant. Existing zoning is I-1 industrial, and the special land use request is to use the property for warehousing of auto parts and parking of vehicles in the rear lot. They currently have an auto repair facility located immediately to the north of the facility. Next slide. So the red is the subject property. The green dash is their current business, and it's immediately adjacent to the subject site. Next slide. The zoning is I-1 is indicated, and the proposed the future land use is technology corridor. Next slide. And here is a proposed site plan that merges the two parcels together and provides some updated and upgraded landscaping for their facility, so it'll function as one property. Next slide. This is the floor plan of how they propose to use the former restaurant as warehousing and stock room. There won't be any customers coming to the property. Next slide. This is the elevations of the property. Next slide. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Salama. If you want to just talk about your current operation and why this is important to you, and then we'll turn it back to the council to ask questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Fadi Salama is my brother, Fanar Salama.
If I could, Mr. Salama, you are on two screens, so you might have two mics open. You might need to close one of them so you don't have that echo.
Let's see here. Okay, how about now?
Say something.
Go ahead. You might need to open your mic. I believe you've closed the second screen.
Okay, well, while they work on that, we're going to go ahead and go to council and have questions. Terry, hopefully you can
I'll try
answer.
to do my best. Yes, sure.
Yep. Okay, we'll start with you, Councilman Mandelbaum.
I don't have any questions. I'm glad that they're going to continue to use expand their business. So it's kind of nice that we're able to turn over a building that quickly to make sure that it doesn't stay vacant. So I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Banks?
Sad to see McVee's go, but I'm glad to see that the business next door is able to utilize the property. Thank you.
Councilman Brightwell?
No questions.
Councilman Cruz?
Yes, I'm like Councilwoman Banks. I'm really sad that McVee's is gone, but I'm very happy to hear about this expansion. I mean, we've already talked about it before, and I think they were kind of landlocked as it was. So it looks like a great use of the property in that area. And like you said, the turnover was very quick, and I think it's just going to be a benefit to the area. So I'm very glad to hear it, and I will support it.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes, I echo the eulogies of both of my council members. A question is, the building will be used to store parts. Will there be cars parked in the parking lot?
Yeah, yes, that is their plan, but the parking lot will be fenced off and won't be open to the public.
Okay, so it will be only limited access to the parking lot?
That's correct, only by the operators of the existing business.
Okay, now, do they only work on automobiles that need mechanical work, but not body work?
No body work, just mechanical.
Okay,
Just
we got it
mechanical,
back.
okay.
So,
Because it's one thing to see a car sitting there in whole, another one to see one that's all banged up, parked up, and that wouldn't be a very good advertisement for what we're trying to accomplish in Southfield. So other than that, I have no questions.
Thank you. And Councilman Hoskins?
No questions for me on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salama,
Yes, sir.
you got your microphone back now?
Yes, ma'am.
So what we're pretty much saying, it was unfortunate to see McVee's to go away because we used to eat there all the time. It was so convenient, especially for us, but we were also fortunate to come across the building right next to us. And we do need the spot as far as parking, and it was just, we didn't want to do anything to the structure. We want to kind of keep everything the same. We don't want to change anything about it. It was just mainly mainly it was just for storage for us, and just to put some store auto parts if necessary. But the majority of thing, it was going to be parking towards the end of the back end of the building of the property. And again, we are fortunate that we came across this property, and we've been here for 4 years, and we're just looking to keep growing here in Southfield.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you have any comments?
Only that we're all sad to see the closing of McVee's. It was a Southfield mainstay for many, many, many years. Ate a lot of hamburgers there.
Yes, that was the greatest.
But so it's good to see a business expand and grow, and that's what this turning the page here is all about. I assume you're going to take down the McVee's sign that advertises the restaurant?
Sure.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Terry, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah,
I think Councilman Cruz wanted the sign planted in his yard.
I think you're right, man. If I can get that, I would appreciate it.
You come see us here, man.
Madam Chair, I just mentioned that this will come back in 2 weeks, and there will be some upgrades to the site, which I know that there was a lot of fond memories of McVee's, the restaurant, but the site needed some TLC. These guys are willing to do some upgrades there. So hopefully the curb appeal will improve when this all gets approved.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we'll see you guys back in 2 weeks.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, our next item, Terry, is the presentation and discussion regarding a proposal to rezone property within overlay development district.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. If we can go to the next slide. So we have petitioner Hassan Jawad representing Middle Point Investment Group. I know he has some of his design consultants on the line. This is the vacant parcel located across the street from City Hall that's been vacant for over 10 years. Approximately 8.18 acres. Existing zoning is regional center. Proposed zoning is the overlay development district. It's located in the city center sub-area. And the proposal is for construction of mixed-use development with retail, office, and multifamily units in multiple phases. I know that council had seen a very preliminary concept several months ago. It is working its way through the planning commission. Now it's at the council level for the concept plan, and it's being followed by phase 1 site plan you'll see in a month or two. Next slide. I found this historic photo, and I wanted to remind everybody of what was there. There was 3 freestanding office buildings, one of which had 2 wings. This is a photo prior to the town center development. This development had been in Southfield for many, many decades and predates many of our modern buildings. But I thought it was important to see what we started with and how it's been vacant for over 10 years. Next slide. Another question that came up was about walkability, and we provided this very rudimentary map to show quarter-mile and half-mile radius, which equates to a 5-minute walk and a 10-minute walk, a 2-minute bike ride, and a 4-minute bike ride. And you can see that it encompasses many of our business districts, but also a good number of residential neighborhoods and multifamily developments within the city center. So it has the potential of generating a lot of foot traffic. The other term that we've used is park and walk, where people either drive to their office complexes and then walk here as a destination, or actually drive within the 8.5-acre site, park once, and then walk to the mixed-use development that's proposed. Next slide. Currently, the site is vacant. It's been used for DTE vehicles during storm emergencies. Our E to the B concerts are held there. It's been used for other civic events and storage facilities, but it has remained undeveloped since early 2010. Next slide. Again, the current zoning is regional center. It is within the city center sub-area and makes it eligible for overlay development district, which gives us the greatest flexibility for design development. Next slide. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hassan Jawad and his team to actually go through the various concept phases. Again, this is for discussion purposes only tonight. It'll come back in 2 weeks for a public hearing and a recommendation and hopefully approval by council to establish the overlay development district. And then subsequently, you'll start to see specific phases of site plan development. And this follows the same development pattern that we talked about with Northland, where you approve the overall concept plan and then there's various stages of site plan. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jawad, and I'll be happy to answer any questions council may have after his presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, members of council, city staff, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see and hear all of you. Also good.
Hassan, before you get going, it's a little hard to hear you. So if you could either get a little closer to your microphone or turn up your volume. Thank you.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. As I said, it's good to see and hear all of you this evening. Also good to see and hear from Congresswoman Lawrence as well. So we are finally approaching that point. We are going to see some things happening across the street like we all have been waiting for all of these years, and hopefully continue with the trend that Northland is setting and continue to develop and build our city. The buzz that is going on in our city is something that I have not seen in quite some time, especially considering that we are on the verge of hopefully coming out of a pandemic. There's a lot of activity in our city that I don't even want to use the word excited about, but those of you that know me, I'd say that I'm passionate about and excited to see what the coming year is going to have in store for us. This again is our first step towards developing the property. It is the overlay development district, and if all goes as planned, we will follow into October and go before planning and submit for site plan phase 1. There is also a pretty good chance that as we move forward through this process, that phase 2 will follow shortly afterwards. But again, needless to say, we're excited to finally be making progress and moving forward here. And I'll open it up to questions and any discussion from council and staff.
Hassan,
Go ahead.
through the chair, we've got several slide decks if you want to go through these quickly before we go to questions.
Yep. So as we go through the various phases here, the slides are going to take into account various phases of the development, but also some options in regards to what those phases can be. It's extremely important that we are, use the word flexible, but flexible and anticipating what our future needs are going to be. And I'm hoping that we've done that with our submittal. If you want to move on to the next slide. This is truly a mixed use site. We've incorporated lots of pedestrian amenities and pocket parks and oversized sidewalks throughout our plan, as you will see as we move forward. We've incorporated covered walkways from one end of the site to the next, as well as pedestrian pathways from one end of the site to the next. We have a good mix of retail and medical and residential as well, and new housing options is something that our city is in desperate need of, and it's going to go very well with the project that is happening next door with Arbor Lofts and their plans to add, I believe, 69 units next door. So we're hoping that this time next year, our city is going to, our city center corridor is going to look very different than what it looks like now. If you want to move on to the next slide, I don't know how far you guys go, but we've provided many different options, and the reason that that we do that again is we want to allow some flexibility, but ultimately the objective here as we move forward is we would expect, and our intentions are to have at least 50% of the space spoken for before we move forward with each phase, so that we're never looking at spec buildings or vacancies. And that is the way that we have built our other two buildings that reside in the city center corridor as well. We have always pre-leased 50% of the space before we built it so that when the completed product was finished, you had tenants moving in right away and we weren't looking at empty space or lease signs for any extended period of time. You want to move on to the next slide if there is one? Okay. And again, we're showing variations as we move through here. You'll see some of the variations of additional retail on Civic Center versus a medical building that you may have seen in the previous slide. But the first phase that we will be presenting next month, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, is going to be the retail A and retail B components of this plan that are fronting Evergreen. You guys want to move forward on the next slide, please? Okay. And again, we're showing different configurations as we move through here. Additional retail in lieu of the park. I will say we're a big fan of the park, and the intention here is that's going to remain intact. We want to provide a sense of place, a destination, somewhere you can go and grab a bite to eat. And if you wanted to sit outside, you could sit outside. If you wanted to grab a coffee and meet a friend, you could do that as well. And it's really a big step for our city center corridor to create such a place where we've had so much of the quick in and out scenarios in our corridor throughout the years. This is hopefully going to be a game changer for the city of Southfield, and especially the city center corridor. I'm going to move on to the next slide, please. And again, you'll see that we've left our options open because ultimately, contrary to designs and pretty pictures and plans, we ultimately have to cater to our audience and ensure that we're going to be able to lease it. And I have never seen the retail market, the office market, in regards to real estate change so much in such a short amount of time, and that's why we've been taking this project in phases as opposed to one massive plan. But as we've continued to move forward and as we've continued to market the site, we're really starting to fill in the blanks behind the scenes in regards to what the end plan is going to look like, who our tenants are going to be. And again, I used the word excited and passionate, but I'm just really excited to finally see this plan coming to fruition and moving forward. We've got, I believe, a couple more slides as we go through, if you want to jump through them. And again, you'll continue to see that at every phase, we continue to work in some sort of park or outside space or gathering spaces. Every opportunity that we have to incorporate outside seating and patios, we have also done that, and that's something that the pandemic has taught us. And I try to take a positive from a negative situation, and what it's allowed us to do is it's allowed us to incorporate things that we would have never anticipated or thought about doing previously. Original iterations of this plan, going say months but years back now, would have looked like things such as hotels and movie theaters and big box gyms. And we can talk about those three items, and we know what the pandemic has done to them. And we have focused on creating a pandemic resilient, there's nothing that's bulletproof, but a pandemic resilient site. And that's why you've seen medical show up numerous times, and the outside and the extensive outside seating and the outside spaces in regards to the parks. As nice as they are to have, there's a reason, and the pandemic was a major driver for ensuring that we incorporated those types of things into our plan.
There's 4 more phases.
Yeah.
If you want to go through those, and then we get to some of the illustrations. So just wanted
I
you
don't
to be
want to be here all night with you guys, but I'll let you guys just zip through them and take a quick peek, and you'll have the opportunity as we come through next month and starting with planning to view each phase as we submit it, and we can get into more details there. But obviously tonight is just for the ODD, and we're seeking your blessing and approval to get the ODD in place and start moving forward with our site plans.
So maybe Wendell, you could just quickly go through some of these just concept plans, and we can always go back if council needs to. But it just shows the various phases and different options of development with some multi-story residential, the pocket parks that Mr. Jawad has spoken about. This is the multifamily residential. There's a concept with some townhome residential along Civic Center, another plaza. These are the 2-story retail center.
And one thing I will add as well is we have procured a mailing list for the surrounding addresses, as well as I've been in contact with Ken Peterson, the president of the 5000 Town Center, and we are going to be arranging a presentation for residents in the nearby area to attend and present our concept plans, as well as do a Q&A even prior to our site plans being submitted to the Planning Commission. My expectation is that will happen towards the end of this month. As always, we want the community to be involved and be a part of our development, as opposed to simply saying, this is what we're going to do. It's been a successful recipe for us in the past, and we're going to continue to involve the residents of Southfield to ensure that we have a successful development.
If that concludes your presentation, Mr. Jawad, we'll turn it back over to the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I'll start with you, Councilwoman Banks.
I have no questions right now. I may the next time we go over this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Brightwell.
Mr. Jawad, I definitely appreciate your presentation. I've seen your growth of your presentations. I'm just going to ask a generic question, and I know things get in the way and things are never as a plan. But what is, and you might have given this before, this answer. When is your anticipated first shovel in the ground, and when is your anticipated full development of your site?
So I can actually take you. Let's see here. So we are going to plan on breaking ground in March of 2022. As we go through the planning process and submitting of our permits, we'll plan on March of 2022, and probably with the completion of the first 2 buildings, we're targeting November of 2022.
Okay.
Okay. One thing. Well, those are the dates that we're targeting at this point in time.
Okay, but that's good. Just give me that's good enough for a generic timeline. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Jawad. It's good to see you again, and I'm really excited about the opportunity for this project to happen. Two questions, real quick. One is about the price point of your living options and square footage. Do you have an idea of that already, or is that still being worked on?
You know, we just got our residential market study back yesterday.
Okay.
So it's fresh off the press, and that's something that we haven't gone through in its entirety yet. But I will have all of that information as we start to move through the site plan. By the time we get through the site plan process and start to go through that site plan process.
Okay.
I will tell you at first glance, the market study came back very favorable in regards to a need for new residential units in the city center corridor, and also came back showing a pretty good demand and need for new rental units in the city center corridor. So we were happy with the preliminary read on that report.
Okay. And the other question I just said, it wasn't a question, it was just a statement to you. I don't know if you are planning for this, but there have been a lot of residents that have been asking me as it relates to like dog parks in the area. They want places for their pets to roam and do their thing. I don't have, I'm not a pet owner, but but since you're having a lot of these open spaces, is that something that's ever come up in your conversations?
It actually has come up in our conversations, and I personally have visited many of the new residential developments in the surrounding communities, and there is a trend of creating a living space that has those amenities, that has a gym, that has a dog park, that has a clubhouse, that has all of these different things. And again, I think a lot of these things were driven by the pandemic, that everybody wanted to stay within, their own confines in their own community, and were afraid to venture out. So a lot of those things are being built into the new rental development communities. So there has definitely been discussion on our end about doing something like that. And outside of our development, I'll just throw this out there, in case I've never said it to anybody before. My office is on Evergreen, so I see the amount of people that are walking down Evergreen every morning and through the afternoon, and have their pets with them. And I always thought the Mary Thompson Farms, if a little section off of Evergreen there was allocated for a dog park, would be an awesome idea as well. So that's my shameless plug for that too. But yes, it's part of our discussions, and it very possibly could happen.
Yep. All right. Very good, man. Well, thank you very much, man. You've been a great steward in the city of Southfield, and I'm glad to see you leading this project on, and I'm looking forward to the outcomes. So
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes, I have just a couple of questions. I know over the years, the discussion about this piece of property, two things kept popping up and then going away and coming back. And one was like a small boutique hotel, and the second was a small grocery store. Are either one of those part of your plans?
So I'll tell you, at the beginning of this project, the boutique hotel was on the radar, and the hospitality market took a real beating during the pandemic, and kind of put that off to the side. So in regards to the hotel, that is not on the radar currently. In regards to a market, that is something that we are working on.
Okay, Fresh Time seems to be one of the most recent popular places for people that are looking for some kind of upscale things.
Yep. And that's what we've been targeting, is not just a typical market, but somewhere that that you could go in and not only get groceries, but you could actually grab a meal. Some of the markets that have the little cafes built into them. That's what we've been looking for because of the density that is going to be there from the residential side, as well as the business population is, I'm happy to see, is starting to trickle back, and that would be a good destination for the business population as well. So that is definitely on our radar, and that is one of those things, Councilman Frazier, that we feel is falls in the category of pandemic resilient, right? Grocery stores and markets didn't have any real issues outside of the fact that they were running out of inventory during the pandemic. So we talk about markets, we talk about medical, we talk about building retail that has adequate outside seating and things like that. And those are some of the things that we built in that are not only an attempt to be pandemic resilient, but ultimately end up as being really nice amenities for the site as well.
Good. And the developments that you already have, it's good news for you, bad news for me. It's hard to find parking.
Yeah. I know it. I say it's a good and a bad problem.
Right.
But yeah, I hear you there.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
Thank you. Well, we this is very exciting. We're definitely getting closer to HIP. I particularly I like in this picture that we're looking at right now. I like the bigger park space. I think that's a great addition to this, and something that I think will attract people who work in the area, who would drive by. I live on Evergreen, so I'm seeing that same the same amount of people that you're seeing walking up and down. And so I know, like, if this is, I always say they're walking up and down, they just don't have anywhere to go yet. And so somewhere like this, it'll be something that I think will really set them apart, or set our area apart. I just have a couple of questions. One, I can't remember, but do you have an idea of how many housing units will be on this site?
Right now, it's going to fall between 150 and 200 units, depending upon the end configuration. We're pushing as hard as we can to get as close to 200 as we possibly can.
And are these going to be primarily rentals, or owner occupied, or a little bit of both?
They're going to be rentals.
Okay. I'm trying to think if I have any more questions. I know we've had a lot of discussions about this, but again, we're getting closer to HIP, and I'm very excited about the possibilities. I can't wait to hear more and more about this as the weeks and months go on. So, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Mandelbaum?
Similar to the comments that Councilman Hoskins just made, this is definitely going to bring people back in, getting close to HIP. And it's a very nice vision. I hope that it can, be done all in one phase, but we know that it has to be, we got to take it steps at a time. And, we know that Mr. Jawad, with his two properties on down Evergreen, has always kept them up. They look great. There's really no issues. And as Mr. Fraser said, you drive by now and, you know, the parking lots are full. He does a great job trying to keep tenants in there. And I'm definitely excited about this project. I do hope that you're able to get a Starbucks in there. But I'm definitely excited, and I'm glad that this property finally has a great vision, and we're going to start seeing some progress early next year. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, do you have any comments? Mr. Jawad, I think this is a great project. I can't wait for it to get started and finished. So thank you for sticking with the city of Southfield, and I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition.
Thank you.
Once again, Ms. Taylor, I'm sorry, I was thought I was unmuted and I was muted. So I too have been in contact frequently with Mr. Jawad, and he has shared his plans with me. I really believe we could have another sit-down restaurant with a liquor license to replace McBee's. Obviously, Starters is a big hit, and I think the street could use another sit-down restaurant. And I hear from a lot of people about wanting a gourmet market, and so I know you're looking into that, and I also believe that if you could land that, it would be a big success between our office crowd and our residents. I think it would do very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crow, did you have any other?
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments so that council's not caught off guard. Our original concept of the overlay development district, specifically in the city center, was not to encourage freestanding drive-through restaurants, such as fast food. Some of the options in this development include one drive-through coffee shop. And to protect ourselves, if the council is inclined to approve this, we have put in some conditions that if this is allowed, it's limited to one, unless it's on a corner building, that it has to be part of a mixed-use development. It can't be just built on its own, and some other protections. And this is being really driven out of our experience with COVID. Mr. Jawad has talked about a number of outdoor seating areas that have been built in. We have found that restaurants that have drive-through have had a better chance of surviving COVID and have thrived. We've encouraged walk-up windows. So this is really the first development that has come along that has built in our experience in learning of what COVID can do and the impacts it has on local businesses, especially restaurants, and trying to counter that by building in these facets. So if the council is inclined to move forward with this plan, our resolution and conditions of approval will include allowing one freestanding drive-through, with the other conditions have to be met first. And that's the only thing that I wanted to mention. Again, this is concept. When we get back to phase one site plan, you'll see more specifics on streetscape elements and more pedestrian amenities that will be built in and architectural style and so forth. But short of that, this is planned to come back in 2 weeks for a public hearing and hopefully recommendation and approval by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crode, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. And thank you, Mr. Jawad, for presenting tonight. So we look forward to seeing you back in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, our next presentation and discussion is regarding the zoning ordinance text amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair. As you recall, this is really part two of proposed amendments to bring our ordinance more in line with current trends and business development practices. Last month, you approved a number of text amendments that were more immediate in nature. This is the remaining portions of the zoning ordinance that we're proposing for text amendments. Next slide. One is during the pandemic, with so many people at home, we received a number of complaints about residential lighting and glare, not just from commercial development, which we already have regulations in place, but this was residential on residential, where people are going to Home Depot or any of these big box and buying commercial grade lights that are just being put up, and they're shedding all kinds of glare on their adjacent property owners, where even with curtains and blinds shut, the light is impacting quality of life for people. Also, there's been an explosion on landscape lighting and uplighting on buildings and so forth. So working with the building department and others, we've made a few tweaks to the zoning ordinance that includes some protections on residential lighting and glare on adjacent properties. Next slide. Also, we've tried to clean up. We found a number of uses that had competing definitions, or they were outdated with regards to indoor recreation versus health and fitness club versus gyms. We've had several requests, again, with the boom on adoption of dogs and other pets for kennel and pet daycare. And we really don't have regulations on the books for those. And there's been expansion on the definition of personal services. And another big expansion of businesses have been salons, both the traditional barbershop type of salon and some of these personal suites, where it's only one salon taking care of one or two customers at a time, and it's not these high turnover salons that we may be used to. Next slide. The sections that are being proposed to be amended is parking requirements for salons, indoor recreation centers as special land uses in single family residential and permitted in regional center and light industrial. Personal service language in multiple sections, religious assembly language in multiple sections, health and fitness clubs, and kennels and pet daycare proposed to be special land uses in B3 and permitted in light industrial and industrial districts. Next slide. So this is a summary of what's being proposed. I believe the council has the full text amendments that have been provided in your packet. Again, this is scheduled for 2 weeks from tonight for a public hearing and your consideration for approval. But if I can answer any questions at this time, I have Mr. Kyle Bryce, our planner, who helped prepare this, on the line as well to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. Council, and I'll start with you, Mr. Brightwell.
Chair, yeah, I just had some generic questions. In reading through this, clearly it's forward thinking, and how would we handle, let's just say this is our forward thinking as of today. This is our best guess of potentially what's going to happen or what's happening in our universe. Let's say 2 days from now, something come up. Would we just go to council to get a ruling on that at that point in time, whereas this forward-thinking document will take care of those things that we are 100% aware of right now?
Well, we always try to be forward thinking, and we also try to react to existing situations that aren't addressed in ordinance language that maybe was adopted 20 or 50 years ago. Currently, there's a process. If it's not clear cut in the interpretation, in the reading of the ordinance, the first line of interpretation is the building official. And then if someone is aggrieved by the interpretation of the building official, they can go to the zoning board of appeals for interpretation. And if they interpret that health and fitness club includes personal training, for example, that's not included, then that becomes policy and until we do a text amendment. Also, as you're aware, the whole purpose of coming in front of council these last couple months is in reaction to COVID and new trends in retail is that if we get caught by surprise with something, then we'll do our investigation, our research, and we'll propose our recommended amendment. So this is partially coming out of the last year and a half where we've had a lot of requests or we've seen tremendous growth in these businesses, and we find that either our ordinance is lacking in the language to make those interpretations, or there's a twist on some of these uses. And we found the great need for kennels and daycare, and we really don't address those in our current ordinance.
Okay, excellent, very good. A little pet project of mine since I've been on council. I think you got your department addressed it a couple of years ago, but we backed off of it because of the federal government, state. So, are drones in our horizon or in our belly? Did we just throw it back to the state and let them guide us?
Well, again, the federal aviation is the regulatory arm of that, and we've seen, I mean, just in some national stories in the last week about the incidents with drones and airplanes, and also lasers affecting airplanes. And I think we will see more regulation, more of a national model of registration of these drones. And I don't doubt that we will be dealing with many of these delivery services that are going to be utilizing drones in the future. So there might be a higher level of federal regulation, but communities might need to get down to the level of zoning in our neighborhoods, and we are keeping a close eye on those trends.
Okay, excellent, Terry. And just so happened the little kid in me still like drones, so thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks, Terry. Good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz?
Sorry, moving a little slow on the mute thing. No, I actually didn't have any questions. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. Terry, when I was reading through the material in that area about dog kennels and pet daycare,
right,
I saw it twice in the same paragraph, and I didn't quite figure out why did you have it twice in the same paragraph.
Well, the simple answer might be just a typo. We'll take a closer look at it before the public hearing. It just been a cut and paste issue.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you that we did research on a number of other communities. Mr. Bryce did the work and tried to pick out the best that we thought applied to our community. But it might be just as simple as an editing error, and we'll take a closer look at that.
Okay. The lights that you mentioned that people have been putting up lights that are too bright. Are you talking about businesses, or are you talking about residents, or?
Actually, it's the residents. We currently have regulation about non-glare onto residential properties from non-residential.
Right.
The issue has been residential on residential. And I know the mayor's office has received a number of complaints. I know codes building department and our office have received a number of complaints and disputes between residents, and we found that there was really nothing on the books regarding this. And in the past, this wasn't a big issue. But as I said, it's so easy now to go to your home improvement center and buy a floodlight and just slap it up on your house, and you're glaring. Some of these residents have them on 24/7 or all night. I know I have one that's motion detected and it's solar powered, and it only comes on for 60 seconds if it's activated. But some people have them on fixed on the whole time, and it's creating a nuisance for their neighbors. A neighbor resident actually proposed like a 30-page regulations. We vetted that with the building department. We try to keep language simple and make it easier for enforcement. The challenge we're going to have is that anything on the books currently is going to be non-conforming. I've talked to Ms. King briefly about putting some sunset provisions in, but we're kind of stuck right now if somebody already has their lights up. But we want to at least control things moving forward, and we'll try to figure out how we address these quote unquote will become existing non-conforming situations that are causing harm on their neighbors.
Okay. Do you think it would be helpful for, or prior to writing the rule that says you can't do this, to find out why people are putting up the lights? Is it because they feel not safe and they want to put these lights up? And maybe it's more than just lights, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think this is part of the unintended consequences of COVID, with a lot of people doing home improvements because they're home all the time. And that's why there's been a shortage of building materials. The cost of building materials have risen because people now are home. They're working out of their homes. They're home all the time, and they're seeing a need for improvement. So I think part and parcel is the way people are using their homes and are spending more time at homes. That's the simple answer. There might be more behind that, but
what I'm suggesting is there a way to find out why people are doing it the way they are, and find a way to resolve the issue without making the people feel that they don't feel the way they felt before they put the lights up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And again, I think easy access to these commercial grade lights. And all we're asking for was not saying that you can't put the lights up. We're just saying, same standards that we have with non-commercial or non-residential residential. At the property line, it has to be no greater than a certain threshold of illumination.
Okay.
Enough for safety, but not to the point where you have to have 3 blinds to keep the light out of your bedroom window.
Right. There was one other thing that I read in it. Oh, it also had to do with lighting, and I don't know if that's going to be changed or not changed or what, but it said something about you can't have motion lights. But does that address signs that are, like changing signs? Because I know we went through that before with several years ago, that lights on a sign that changed only could change every 3 seconds or something like that.
Again, I think that was under the commercial standard because it caused potential difficulty for drivers. And that language might be in there because of that. And again, this is a great discussion. We'll take a closer look at this before the public hearing to see if that's still pertinent or not, or what we're doing is basically tweaking the existing ordinance that may have that provision in there for commercial.
Okay.
I don't think the
Yeah.
intent, the intent maybe is, you know, that if you don't want to have lighting that's motioned constantly that's causing a nuisance to your neighbors. But
Right.
we'll take a.
Yeah, the only one I can think of is Dr. Cruz having the McVie sign in his front yard pointing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
That's all I had.
I won't
Thanks.
get into that. Yeah, that's got to go in the man cave, I think.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
No questions for me on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum?
I don't have any questions currently. I was able to glance over it. I didn't read it in depth, so hopefully I won't have too many more questions when we get to the public hearing. The only other thing I wanted to mention is, Terry mentioned about the laser pointers and the people having lasers, and it also affects baseball fields because earlier in the season there was a player couldn't make a catch because he claimed somebody in the stands was pointing a laser at him and he was having trouble seeing. So I definitely think we need to regulate those. So, but I currently have no questions. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Banks?
All my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So Terry, this will be on in 2 weeks for a public hearing?
That's correct. And we'll look into some of the issues that were raised tonight, make sure we clarify them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
may
Mayor?
I add something?
Yes.
To Mr. Fraser's question, one of the complaints that I received is a homeowner that is really lighting up the whole block. It has a medium-sized, the homeowner lives in a medium-sized Southfield ranch house and has 6 wall packs, 3 on either side of the front door, and they're on all night, and it's almost daylight on the street. And I have no idea why anyone would want that much light, but obviously it's not coming in that person's windows. It's flooding the street, and there are a couple of other instances where I went out due to a resident's complaint. And, we wouldn't allow a business to do what some of these people have done. We require directional lighting, and the cases I've seen are not that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Terry, this will be back in 2 weeks for a public hearing?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next item is the authorization for Parks and Recreation Department of the payoff of the LERF loan for the Carpenter Lake Nature Preserve.
Yes, good evening, Madam President. Good evening, Council. Parks and Recreation is asking for approval to pay off the LERF loan for the Carpenter Lake Nature Preserve. Back in 2006, the LERF loan was established to assist with the acquisition and the capital cost for the Carpenter Lake Nature Preserve. The remaining balance on this loan as of June 30th, 2021 is $289,968. As of June 30th, 2020, our fund balance in Parks and Recreation was at $3.8 million. And it is estimated that our department will increase our fund balance in fiscal year 2021. So we are seeking authorization to utilize existing fund balance to pay off the Carpenter Lake Nature Preserve loan. And I would welcome any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. I'll go through council, starting with you, Councilman Cruz.
Yes, Madam President, I'm fully in support of moving forward with Ms. Field's recommendation. But I do have something I want to talk about Carpenter Lake Park. So I don't know if I can give it now or if you want to get through your
Oh, no,
this.
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Mhm.
So, as we all know, we a couple years ago agreed upon a donation to build this portion of the park out with this rock sculpture or stone sculpture, if I would say. And I must say that it has become quite an issue. And just all I want to have is I want some type of information back about what we approved and then what was actually done, because I think the benefactor did not do what they said they were initially going to do, but they did what they felt they should do artistically or so forth. And it's causing some issues in terms of privacy with the neighboring household next door to it. And it also provides for some possibilities for safety, because so if you have not been there, there's huge stones which are very nice looking. Don't get me wrong, they're very nice looking, very artistic, but children are climbing on these rocks and up on top of them. Number one, people now have the ability to see into the neighboring homes because they are built up so high over the fence. And then there's a possibility of them falling and hurting themselves as well. And I mean, I know this has come up once or twice, but I really want to push this one because I think this needs to be redone. And so I would like to ask that we bring this as a council matter in the future so that we can be clear on what it is we approved, what was actually done, and what we can do to preserve the privacy of the neighboring addresses that are around that park. So if I could just make that as a request to you, Madam President, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and yes, we can do that. We can make that request. So Terry, would you please, Terry Fields, could you make note of that so that we can get that information?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Councilman Frazier.
Yes, Ms. Fields, you have a sizable fund balance. Was that fund balance result of COVID, that you got your taxes, but you didn't have as many programs, so that it kind of went into the fund balance? So you had a surprise fund balance?
Oh, well, it was, I don't know that it was a surprise, but before or as COVID was coming about, you're absolutely right. We weren't able to do a lot of the programs that we initially had planned. But in working with our finance director, myself and Mr. Zorn, I really made some cuts to our budget. We didn't fill a couple positions that had recently been vacated. And we just really made some hard decisions. So as a result, we'll be able to add to our fund balance. But that 3.8 or $3.5 million, we've held that pretty consistently the last couple of years where we haven't gone into our fund balance. But yes, you're right. In adding $1 million, that is a result of some different choices that were made, and then our inability to offer some of the programs that we usually offer.
Okay. We hired you to run the business, so I'm not going to tell you how to run your, but maybe I am. It would seem with an excess of fund balance that you don't normally carry, that some of the things that you really want to get done, this seems like an opportune time, because it may not ever come back again, to get that done, get it out of the way, and still have a healthy fund balance that you would normally carry. And that's all I'm going to say.
Yep, absolutely. That is the plan and in process as we speak. So thank you.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
No questions for me on this one.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum?
Yes. I'm glad that we're able to pay off a loan, especially for Carpenter Lake. But as a follow-up to what Councilman Frazier asked about, working on other things, does that mean that we will be based on the Parks and Rec master plan that we did and the budget that we approved and the 5-year capital improvement plan, that we do plan to put more money into fixing other areas of Parks and Rec?
Oh,
Parks and building.
Absolutely. We just, as you know, you saw the last budget where we had about $500,000 of improvements going into our facilities and into our parks. With the COVID dollars, recovery dollars that are available as well, we put in for another, it's about $1.8 to $2 million of investment back into our park system. All of you know as well as I do, and probably better, that for the last 10 years, we have not been able to invest into our facilities. We're behind in about $20 million. So it is definitely our intent to take steps going forward to invest in our play equipment, to invest in our basketball courts and our tennis courts. All of you have to know that my phone rings at the same time as yours sometimes when we've got folks that are giving us suggestions and requests. And a lot of it, as you know, is based on safety as a priority. But when you have these kind of dollars available, you have to go by a plan. And so that's why it's so valuable and so beneficial that we do those capital improvement plans for 5 years. We are not shooting from the hip. We are definitely going by our schedule. And we're looking forward to making some of those improvements happen fairly quickly.
So this goes a little bit off topic to the Carpenter Lake, but it goes to what we're discussing now. But is there a way? Do you have a list of the projects and the parks and timelines that you hope to get some of these improvements completed?
Yeah, absolutely. When we put in for those projects, and when we really broke it down to 10 different areas for the Planning Commission the other night, we go from the purchase of mobile stages, replacement of the playground structures, Miller and Sims Park developments, our tennis courts. We're talking about a bathroom here at Civic Center, at those pavilion areas for our picnics. So yes, we do have a schedule of those, and a schedule that might be a little bit ambitious, Councilman Mandelbaum, but ambitious nonetheless. We've put some timelines out there in regards to communicating with Mr. Zorn, making sure with our finance department, and of course we have to go through the right steps with purchasing. But yes, we've got a number of projects lined up for this fall and winter, and then we've also got some spring projects that we're looking at. So absolutely, there is a plan and a schedule going forward.
So is that something? Can you share that with all of council? I think all of us would be grateful to see what's going to be happening in the parks.
Yeah, sure. We certainly can give you the fall and the spring schedule that I've communicated with Administrator Zorn, and again, it is about how many things you can get done at the same time. So we do have a couple of projects that we're looking at with Miller and Sims and working with a consultant, and then we're also doing bid specs for playground equipment for 6 parks. We would like to get them in fall, winter, but as all of you know, construction, ordering parts, I can give you an estimate of a timeline, but that's all it is. We ordered golf carts. You all approved them about 6 or 7 months ago, and we will not be getting them until next year. They offered to send them to us by maybe November, but what we decided was for storage and for them not going through weather, we'll wait until March and get them then. So that was about 8-9 months behind. So, yep, we do have a plan, and we certainly can share that going forward with council.
Okay. And I guess the question is, the other question is, like, how have we been also going after federal dollars for some of these parks or some of these projects?
Well, right now, the federal recovery dollars, we just put in, as I said earlier, about 1.8 and $2 million of a request for projects for those COVID recovery dollars. As you probably know, the governor had made an announcement of about $150 million for local parks. We are in constant communication with our folks at the DNR, and they have not set the guidelines for the disbursement of those funds. We don't know if they're going to use existing programs that are already in place, or they're going to give those dollars based on the size of your city or your local municipality. So we are waiting patiently for those parameters to be set and then to be given to us. So yes, any funding that is available right now, we are definitely involved in.
Okay. Perfect. So I am looking forward to seeing that the list of projects and timelines, and go pay off the loan.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Banks.
Thank you. I have no questions on the this presentation, although I really hope on that list a zero depth pool to accommodate our senior population is somewhere on there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell.
Yes, I definitely appreciate the fact that we're paying off a loan. A couple questions, Ms. Fields. I'm not sure you might have this. How much interest would we be saving by paying this loan off?
I know that Austin's on the line. We were at, I believe, Austin, we were between 3 and 5% a year for this.
Good evening. It was originally at 6%.
Yep.
And then we knocked it down to 2%. There were a number of years when it should have been adjusted downward and wasn't. So that we kind of did an averaging that got it to around that 3%.
Okay. You mean 3% on the remaining balance? What would be the, I don't want to take out my calculator, what would be the actual dollar amount saved?
Yep, I don't have that in front of me, but I would be happy to send that out to the council.
Okay, yeah, that'd be fine.
Thank you, Austin.
There was a statement that we estimate the fund, I don't have it here before I get on my notes, we estimated that it will grow, the fund balance will grow. What was the basis of that estimate, and how much confidence we have in that estimate?
Well, we're still waiting for the end figures for the June 30th from 2020. But for fiscal year 2021, we're taking a look at bringing fund balance forward right now in the area of $800,000. Don't quote me, but in that general area. So we know we will be adding to our fund balance.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, Austin, if you could just let us know how much we're actually saving. And obviously, the money that is saved can be used to take care of other things that need to be done within the department, in the city. Okay, Ms. Fields and Austin, I appreciate it. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, did you have a comment?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
You.
All right. Did you have anything else you want to add to what's already been said and presented, Ms. Fields? If not, we'll move this to the consent agenda for next week.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm good on this item.
Okay. Thank you. Stay at the microphone. The next one is the presentation and adoption of the Beechwoods Master Plan.
Yes, ma'am. As you remember, as a result of the Beechwoods Golf Course Assessment, with the consultation services of the National Golf Federation, a decision was made to close the course and move forward to perform a master plan for the Beechwoods Park. Council approved the services of OHM advisors to complete the project. OHM advisors, along with our Parks and Recreation administration and some administration from our city, have completed that plan. Tonight, we have with us Chris Riggert from OHM Advisors and Rhett Gronevelt. Chris Riggert led this process with our department, with our staff. It's been a pleasure. So he is with us this evening to present, and then we'll both be happy to answer any questions that you have at the end of the presentation. But at this time, I think I would like to turn it over to Mr. Riggert. Thanks, Terry, and good evening to the council. Is it possible, Ms. Hawkins, to pull up the presentation of the master plan? Perfect. Perfect. Well, thank you again. It's a pleasure to appear before this honorable body this evening. Like Ms. Field said, for the past few months, I've had the pleasure of working with herself and her staff at Parks and Rec, along with residents of the community, to craft the plan, which I'm here to present to you this evening. As a teaser, this plan for one of Southfield's largest parks introduces over 1 mile of paved and accessible trails, over 25 acres of restored native habitat, 4 acres of which creates a landscape which is suitable for flooding from the Rouge River, which was a problem area for the golf course, and also adds new facilities which are unique to this park within Southfield. The presentation that I have prepared is probably about 20 minutes. That's I'm going to try to get through it in about 20 minutes. But before I start, can everyone see and hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. Let's flip to the next slide. Here are the 5 sections which we will walk through, and I won't spend any time here. We can keep moving forward. To the next slide, please. So I'll start with an overview of the project, which Ms. Fields introduced. The impetus for this project was was shutting down of the golf course, which has been sitting vacant, and we have worked alongside her team and the community to craft the future plan. If we can go to the next slide. One of the first things we did as a team was to sit down with a working group from the city and establish guiding principles for the goals of this park. And the top principle, which Ms. Fields has made clear through the project, is that it really needs to be reflective of the desires of the community. That this project needs to continue to bring parks and recreation within Southfield in line with the needs of the Southfield community. And so that's something that resonated throughout the project, which I'll refer back to. Another goal was that this park needs to be connected to the surrounding context, and it's not in a silo, but can elevate the surrounding neighborhoods. That the design is site-specific and capitalizes on the unique elements of the park. That it's sustainable, and not just environmentally sustainable, but also in terms of long-term maintenance and operations. We heard a continued interest from residents to make sure that whatever is recommended is something that can be operated in perpetuity. The project should be exciting and innovative and introduce a level of excitement to the park. And lastly, it needs to be safe, both real and perceived, so that people feel safe using the park, but also that the park can be monitored and kept safe for all users. We can go to the next slide. This is an overview of the process that we went through. It was a 4-phase project. We kicked off in January and wrapped up around June and July. The first phase was a kickoff phase. We then moved to discovery, is what we call this phase, which is really where we're absorbing as much information we can about the existing conditions of the park, We also conducted a month-long community engagement and input exercise through that month. Having collected that information, we started the design alternatives phase, where we created multiple schemes for consideration for the park. We reviewed this with 2 separate working groups from within the city. We also reviewed this at a virtual open house with residents of Southfield and refined this from 3 to 2 down to a single chosen plan, which we refined during the last phase. And during this last phase, as we were completing the master plan for the park, we again had 2 more working groups from within the city and 2 more touch points within the community. So throughout this process, I think this just underscores we didn't sit down with a plan in mind, but really it was crafted alongside members of the city and members of the public. We can go to the next slide. I'd like to review some of what we found from our community engagement. We can go to the next slide. And here's a high-level overview. We had 3 major touch points with the community at each phase. This is just some of the metrics of whom we were able to engage. We had over 400 people that responded to an online survey. We had multiple methods of engagement, multiple focus groups, multiple open houses. And actually, we can go to the next slide. And I'll go through our project, how we raised awareness, and then how we engaged the community. So in addition, to the resources that the city has for getting the word out, we as a team also utilized some tools to make sure that we could gather as much input as we could. One major tool was digital canvassing. This was back in March when a lot of folks were still at home. And so this was a lot of posting on Facebook walls and sending notes out to groups within Southfield to let them know about this plan. We also, understanding that not everyone's sitting at home and people want to get out, created pop-up boards that were actually posted on site at the park, and another one was posted at Civic Center at the tennis courts. This allowed people to get to the survey. There was a QR code there that people could go online and take the survey. And then additionally, it also had paper surveys. So if folks didn't feel comfortable going online, there was a paper survey available. We used the city's website and social media accounts to raise awareness, which also included targeted Facebook ads, as well as Instagram. We distributed email blasts out to raise awareness. We also distributed door knockers to targeted areas. And then additionally, we communicated with HOA organizations. There were updates provided at City Council. And then also we used radio media with WJR and news media through the Southfield Sun. So that was our outreach strategy. And to gather input, we conducted an online survey. We had those on-site boards with paper surveys that I shared. We had focus groups with targeted individuals. We had virtual open houses, as well as an in-person open house, and then collected information via social media and email. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This kind of shows what our findings were. And I want to start with what I think is a really interesting finding, that 1 in 2 respondents to our survey said that they visit parks outside Southfield at least a few times per month. And one of the reasons that was supplied was because some of the programs and facilities that people want to use are not available within Southfield parks. And that was really, I think, a call to introducing some of those within this park. And so what we heard, you can see here the top 5 of what we heard from folks was nature trails and walking facilities, a splash pad, family and friendly spaces and amenities and places for gathering, golf facilities, and a dog park. And I know it's quite small on the screen, but there's some quotes here. The survey, which we used, which actually was in collaboration with Mr. Crode. They had an ongoing city planning online survey. We were able to collaborate on that. The platform that he was using, you were able to view your neighbors' responses and then upvote the responses that you agree with. And so some of the highest responses that people were upvoting were asking for a splash pad. Would love to see a splash pad, an updated kids playground equipment. I'd love to see some nature trails and or splash pad. I have 2 kids who love playing outside. I would love to see more amenities in Southfield Park, specifically a splash pad, ropes course, rock climbing walls, a skating park, zip lining area. There's a little bit of a trend in some of these. And so we were able to incorporate all of the top elements into the park design, with the exception of the dog park. And I'll just touch on that because I heard some discussion earlier this evening about it. We did develop some schemes which included a dog park within the design. But ultimately, as a team, we discussed and determined that this wasn't the right fit for a dog park. The intent for this design would be a place that multiple age groups could come and do multiple different activities, and generally found that there was some conflict maybe between where a dog park might be located and what some of the other activities may be. So that's the only one that you won't see within the plan. But I know there was some really critical dialogue held around that, and my understanding is that Parks and Rec has full intention of pursuing that further and finding a more suitable location. We can go to the next slide. So we did have our virtual open houses. We were, for the most part, conducting our engagement throughout COVID. And so we were using digital means to make sure that we were keeping everybody safe. And in addition to the Zoom meeting, we also posted on Facebook Live so that people on Facebook could view and provide comment in real time as well. We can keep going. So the next section I'd like to share is some of the research and analysis that we did alongside the community engagement effort. We can go to the next slide here, which shows, I think, an interesting finding. We did a study of the overall parks network within Southfield to understand if there were any gaps. And what we found was that there actually is. The state of Michigan Department of Natural Resources makes recommendations about the number of parks that communities should have based off their size. And so this chart here illustrates the threshold. And you can see that in terms of neighborhood parks, Southfield is actually exceeding recommendations, but regional parks are quite low. What comes with a regional park, and it was something we investigated as part of the plan, are some of the facilities that you may not see in every park that may attract people from a little bit further. And so with this finding, it suggested that, this being one of Southfield's larger parks, this could be a great opportunity to introduce some of those programming types. We can go to the next slide, please. In terms of some of the trends that are happening in parks and recreation, there's a big push for health and wellness, and a push for parks to be able to function in ways that parks have not traditionally functioned, as places that can help distribute city services and needs for residents. So things like physical therapy, mentorship, exercise, nutrition assistance, wellness services are all on the rise in the parks and recreation space. And Beechwoods is really well positioned to capitalize on this, given that it has a really wonderful recreation center on site. We can go to the next slide. Here's kind of all of our physical analysis combined into one graphic. Generally, there's some talk of certain pieces that may need reconfiguration, like the parking lot and playground. We wanted to build from the recreation center, which has recently seen a couple $1 million in improvements and is looking like it's a stellar facility. It's great. So we wanted to be able to build from the energy of that renovation. As we get into the golf course, which is one of the focus of our plan, we really sought to protect and enhance the existing woodland and clearings, which structured the original holes on the golf course. We've heard from residents a strong appreciation for the natural landscape within Beechwoods, and that's why a lot of folks love to golf there. And people would walk, even if they weren't golfing, they might walk the course. And so that's something we are seeking to protect within our plan. There are 2 ponds currently within the site that are connected with a subgrade pipe. We see that as an opportunity to restore the pipe restore the ponds and integrate some stormwater management between the 2 ponds. You can also see to the south of the site where the Rouge River is. The blue area is where the floodplain is. And this is one of the areas that the Golf Federation report found, is that even if we were to invest multiple millions into the park to bring, or the course to bring it up to par, no pun intended, you would still have a hole that was within the floodplain and would flood multiple times per year. And so we actually see that as an opportunity, and what you're going to see within our plan is something that capitalizes on that. And before I go too much further, I just want to make sure everyone is oriented correctly. You know, in order to fit this plan on the page, we had to rotate it. So north is page left. So 9 Mile is to the left, 8 Mile is to the right. We also saw, you know, a couple of potential new entry points into the park. There's really only one entrance point at this time, and we feel like, you know, maybe there's some opportunity to introduce some new connections and new connectivity. We can go to the next slide. And I will walk you now through all the components of the resulting master plan. So we can go to the next slide here. At a high level, you know, what we see and what we understand about Beechwoods is that it occupies a unique social and environmental crossroads. That to the north of the site, there's the driving range, there's the rec center, which are unique to the park, and to the south is the Rouge River, which is truly a regional asset and something we should capitalize on. So the design takes those two extremes and tries to weave them together and find harmony throughout the site design. The graphic below that is a programming diagram that just kind of illustrates all of the parts and pieces that are being added and how they relate to one another. And I should say all of this is, you know, will be provided to you, but is also and has been online on the city Parks and Recreation website for the past month or so. So if you want to take a closer look, we made available. We can go to the next slide. So here is the overall view of the park, and we're going to zoom into each one of these areas. So let's go ahead and do that. We can go to the next slide. We'll start in the northwest corner of the park, which for our plan we've called the corner. This is where currently the playground is located. There's a permeable parking lot, tennis courts, a rentable picnic pavilion, and sand volleyball. Our plan locates the playground in a new location, which opens this up for some new activities. And we did hear a desire for basketball and understand that there's a need for basketball within parks. So this is the location we've cited, some new basketball courts, which seems a good location given that it's not right up against any residences. It's right alongside some parking and has other activities around it. So it seemed like a good fit. The parking lot, we understand and knew that it required reconfiguration. The circulation wasn't quite right and that it needed to be reconstructed. So we reconfigured the parking lot. So, and within the design of the lot, created connectivity between all the different park components so that if you drive up here, you can quickly get, you know, out of the parking lot and into a more safer walk so that you can get into the park. And one thing I'll point out is that the curb cut or the drive to enter the park has been shifted from the left side of that parking lot to the right. And what that does is allows for a drop off closer to the rec facility, but also cues your view up into the area we're going to see next. You know, the design philosophy is that the experience of the park starts as soon as you drive onto the park site. That it's not about, you know, as soon as you get to where you're going, but all the way from getting out of the car to walking there, that's all part of the park experience. And so this parking lot is no exception. And so as you drive into the site, it's designed so that you can see out across the Great Lawn and the entrance plaza, and you get a really good view of the park. So we can go ahead to the next slide. And before I show that area, we did highlight some of the components of the parking lot that should be considered for the next phase. Should incorporate green stormwater infrastructure. It should be well lit. It should be signed well, and in general, the park at large can have a good wayfinding signage program. And it should also make sure that pedestrians feel safe as they park in the lot and work their way into the park. We can go to the next slide. So here's the area that you'll be viewing in as you drive in from your car. There's two areas, the entrance plaza and the Great Lawn. The entrance plaza is an area that really celebrates the entrance to the park. And we'll see some of the components that make that unique. Within that is also a new building that we're calling the clubhouse, sort of as a reference to the previous golf use, which includes a number of new uses as well, and we'll touch on that. The Great Lawn includes lawn space, which is maybe just under 3 acres in size, which for comparison is the Civic Lawn is, I believe, about 3.5 acres. So this is smaller than Civic Lawn, but somewhat commensurate in size. That includes a 1/3 of a mile paved accessible walking trail, a restoration of the existing pond with a bridge, some new rentable pavilions, as well as a pavilion with terraced seating that can be used for performances, for day camps, for all kinds of different events. That's nestled into a landscaped area, and it's surrounded by earthen mounds that kind of flow through the site. And the intent for the mounds is to create a level of interest. They can be used for sledding during the wintertime, but also they help to guide sound from anything that may happen at the pavilion. We did hear some, to share what we did hear from residents. There was some hesitancy about the pavilion because there is some concern about noise to the surrounding neighborhood. And what I'd say is, we as a team discussed that, and just as Parks and Rec does now, the consensus was that Parks and Rec would continue to coordinate with neighbors and make sure that there's not any issue, but ultimately that would be programmed solely by Parks and Recreation, and they'd have full control over the use of that. So we can go to the next slide where we can see some of the elements of these spaces. So for the entrance plaza, some potentially unique gateway signage that might be more sculptural in nature, as well as more kind of plaza space with seating and decorative landscaping, so that you might be waiting here for someone to show up, or spending some time here before you work your way to the park. Go to the next slide. Now for the building, the clubhouse structure, really the precedent for this is the image you see on the top left, which is the new building they built as part of the Lade Park in downtown Detroit on the riverfront. And this is a very flexible building, so it's got these roll-up doors. The photo directly below it is also that same building from the inside. And you can see that with the roll-up doors, there's a lot of permeability. People can kind of move in and out. You can program it pretty easily. You can move tables and chairs so that you can be sitting inside or out. And that's the intent, and that's part of the vision of what we envision for this park, that you can have some indoor and outdoor dining space, that there might be a service counter with a small kitchen, maybe like an incubator style restaurant. There would be restrooms, as well as the driving range point of sale. Currently, the driving range uses the current clubhouse for their point of sale. That would be moved into this building. And it also includes storage for Parks and Rec, which I understand they can never get enough storage. So that's included in this structure as well. We can go to the next slide. Here's the vision for what that pavilion with terrace seating, gathering space looks like. It's a fairly open structure that has a roof on it, so that if there is any music equipment underneath it or any performance equipment, that it can be sheltered from the elements. And the seating is envisioned to be terrace seating like this. So you'd have maybe concrete or stone terraced walls with lawn seating behind. So very informal, but there's no fixed sound. That would be, if there's going to be amplified sound, that would be moved out on a by show or by performance basis. We can go to the next slide. Now the next space is the hub, which we're moving south. You can see the rec center is the white box to the left of this area. This creates a new entrance drive off of Beach, as well as a new parking area, so that folks can get to a new splash pad and playground. We heard an overwhelming desire for a splash pad, and that was readily apparent from the engagement that we completed. And so it made sense that the playground would be located in proximity to the splash pad, so that this area is really a youth area, that you can bring your kids and spend time at both the splash pad and playground. Within this area, there are rentable picnic pavilions, so you could potentially spend a day at the splash pad. There might be a changing station or a changing building with concessions in it, and restrooms, and we can go to the next slide where we can see some of the specifics of each component. So here's the vision of what the splash pad looks like. We did some research into what the correct size of this might be, and for a community the size of Southfield, it was determined probably about 7,000 square feet, which is commensurate, if you're familiar with the splash pad in Sterling Heights. That's about the same size that they have. We can go to the next slide. The playground, we want, we envision a very creative a creative playground that matches the design and theming of the splash pad. So there can be some consistency there. We heard a lot of concern, or I guess attention throughout the process, to accessibility. Not just that the trails can be accessible, but that the playground can be accessible as well. So as we move forward with looking at what this playground equipment will be, accessible playgrounds is something I think that we would make a recommendation to consider. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, we're moving south a little more, and now we're getting into more of the golf course area, which we're calling the uplands. And these are just names to help sort of delineate different areas within the park. This is really about a naturalized area. This is the transition from the more active areas to the north to the more passive and landscape-based areas to the south. So within this is walking trails, paved walking trails, as well as a new bioswale network that connects the North Pond to the South Pond. This is really in line with what Representative Lawrence had said regarding climate resilience. This would be a way for this site to be able to manage its own stormwater, so that we're not adding additional water into the Rouge River, and we're working to try to reduce flooding for those who may be downriver. There is, I'll note, we have noted a potential future neighborhood connection, which is a dashed line leading to the neighborhood. We initially had proposed a sidewalk connection there to the Bradbury sub to the east, because there is a small right-of-way. It's probably only about 11 feet wide that bumps up against the edge of the park. And what we heard from residents was there was concern, specifically the residents who live in that area, on that drive, there was some concern about introducing that. So we did listen to that, and it is removed, but it's noted as a potential future connection. Hopefully, after some park improvements happen, maybe residents will want a connection to be able to access the park. We can go to the next slide. So here's the vision of what those spaces would look like. Really a naturalized setting that includes walking trails that are accessible for those who are fully able and those who may not be fully able. And the plant palette would be, working from the hardwoods that are out there now and introducing native prairie into some of the open spaces, which in a lot of ways the area looks that way, but we would be supplementing with native species to make sure that the species mix that's out there is beneficial to the native fauna and flora. We can go to the next slide. Here's a slide showing sort of what some of those stormwater management components may look like. So the top left of a pond with a restored edge, that's what we would look to get the two on-site ponds to be, is something like this without maybe the algal blooms. And then the remaining photos show what a bioswale network would look like. We're not talking about necessarily standing water. In fact, we want the water to dissipate rather quickly over the course of a day or two. But we may have this natural stone channel that runs through the park that could be a really fun place to explore, both for kids and adults, and be a really good learning opportunity for what resilient infrastructure looks like. We go to the next slide. Now, one of the things that COVID introduced to us is that people work from different places, people learn from different places. We are hopefully nearing a world where COVID is not a concern, but there may be a point in time, where we may be working from home again. There may be folks who are working part-time from home and part-time from work. And so the vision here is that there's a series of small pods, outdoor pods throughout the park that are not for really gathering, but are really for small, an individual or two, to be able to post up and have a power source and Wi-Fi, so that someone could, say, write a paper, or do some work, or study within that space, so that people can escape maybe their home and come to a park and be productive, but also, be able to engage in passive recreation. We can go to the next slide. And here's the last space that I'll share. And this is the Lowlands. This is showing a new park entrance off of beach with a new parking lot, a new picnic pavilion, and new walks down to the hole that was previously flooded by the Rouge. The vision is to create this as a stormwater landscape, or a place that's designed to flood and to absorb water from the Rouge as it elevates during storm events. So this could be a series of wetlands and bioswales, and plants that are meant to flood on a temporary basis. And it would also include a boardwalk, so that residents could walk through this landscape. And if we go to the next slide, we can see some examples of what this might look like. The top left photo is Innovation Hills in Rochester Hills, and is a great example of what this boardwalk could look like. And so we've included some other photos too, that we can have a variety of different boardwalk conditions, places to sit, and also some signage, so that people can learn about what are the benefits of a landscape like this, and how does it function in a way that helps the community. We can go to the next slide. So those are all the areas within the park. I think some important considerations that we've broken out here are site access and parking. We did hear concerns from folks that an increase, that new programs in the park would bring increased traffic. And, I think there is some reality to that. Right now, it's a park that the majority of it is not being used. And so we will probably see some increased traffic, but we've designed the site in a way to accommodate all of that traffic. So we've increased the on-site parking, by over 60%, from 280 spaces to over 450. And we've done that through distributing the parking, so we don't have one big giant parking lot, but that we've got smaller lots that are situated within the park that people can enter, that may go to one parking lot for more passive recreation. That's the south parking lot. The middle entrance and middle parking lot is more about that hub and the youth activity. And then the north parking lots are more about servicing the Great Lawn, the rec center, and things that are happening up there. So we've done the plan does quite a lot to make sure that we're not encouraging people to park in neighboring communities or neighborhoods and walk to the park, but that all of that can happen on site without making it an undesirable condition. We can go to the next slide. This is a diagram that just illustrates some of the walkways. Like I said earlier on, there's over a mile of paved and accessible walkways. And this is really important to be able to allow everybody, regardless of ability, to access the park and to be able to enjoy its beauty and the elements that we're adding. One important consideration is that we also would recommend a connection south along Beach Road to connect to Shiawassee and 8 Mile. Currently, there is no off-street pedestrian or bike route. And so anyone who lives down that direction really doesn't have a way to get to the park by foot. And so that's one, I think that may not be a Parks and Rec specific improvement. It may have to be a collaboration between departments, but I think something that would go a long way to increasing the connectivity of the park. We can go to the next slide. Now, one of the things we heard was that Southfield residents love rentable picnic shelters, and that they rent out pretty much as soon as they're available in early spring. So we sought to add additional opportunities within the park so that folks can rent shelters and have events. And so there's a variety of shelter sizes, and they're located at different points within the park. So there's some that are around the hub for things like birthday parties and youth events. And then there's some that are out in more of a natural area for folks who may want a little quieter area to grill or something like that. We can go to the next slide. Now we did a phase, we looked at implementation and funding alongside the Parks and Rec department. We can go to the next slide. And we created a phasing plan It's broken up into 5 phases, and these were developed alongside Parks and Recreation. The first phase is the Great Lawn and Entrance Plaza, and phase 2 would be the hub, which includes the splash pad. Those were deemed to be the first because they would have the biggest impact in adding something that Southfield currently doesn't have in its park network, that being the space for performance and the splash pad, as well as the clubhouse and the dining opportunities there. So those were the first phases. Phase 3 and 4 are the natural areas to the south. And then the last phase would be the parking lot in front of the rec center. And we did a cost opinion, which is on the next slide, that correlates with each phase. I know it's a little hard to read here, but I'll say before I give you the bottom line number that the estimate we've prepared is very conservative. The unit prices that we used were taken in the time of COVID. So there was, material shortages and labor shortages that inflated prices. And we've also included a very healthy contingency in the neighborhood of 20 to 25% within each phase to be able to tackle any unforeseens within each phase. So the bottom line for each phase is phase 1 is around $4 million. Phase 2 is around 4.2. Phase 3 is 1.2. Phase 4 is 2.8. Phase 5 is 1.2. And then there's some other improvements that aren't associated with any phase that are just under 100,000. So the total for all 5 phases within the park, including a few additional enhancements, is $13.8 million. Now, if we go to the next slide, we did a survey of available funding sources, which we've done a fair amount of in Michigan and been quite successful in getting our clients a decent amount of money to be able to build these types of projects. And through our relationships and past experiences, I feel like there are elements of this plan that are a shoe-in for funding sources. And so we've actually spoken with Ms. Fields about some of those opportunities already this year. And I think when the city's ready to undertake any of these phases, there are some of these that the city would be really well positioned to be able to submit for and potentially acquire funding. So with that, maybe it makes sense to go back to the overall master plan, which is slide 18. So that we have that up, and I would be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Thank you for their very in-depth presentation.
Did I make it under 20 minutes?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'll start with you, Mr. Frazier. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do have a few questions. One is the picnic shelters that you have placed around the park, do any of them have grilling, that's permanent grilling grills there?
It's a great question, and the answer is it hasn't been decided yet. I think that would be a great thing to include with each of those, because I know that's really popular with the shelter rentals. But
yeah, if you're gonna have like a family outing or something like that, it's pretty difficult to take a portable grill and push it all the way out to where it is.
Yep.
So it'd be nice to have that. Also, bathroom facilities. Are there bathroom facilities out on the trails someplace that everybody needs to go to the bathroom once in a while?
It's true, and that is the case. We have two areas that we've added for restrooms. One on the north at the entrance plaza, and one to the south at the south entrance. So that pavilion would include restrooms as well.
But just at the entrances, but not out on the further out in the trails?
Yeah, probably not further out. Mostly because most of it's a loop. So the loop that's by that south entrance is about a third of a mile. So the park is pretty tall, but it's not as wide. So we didn't have any located deeper into the park.
Okay, and I presume that if you have bathroom facilities, you have water, drinking water? Faucets?
Yep. And there is water available there are water lines in the park now currently, so
okay,
there would be water for sure.
And you didn't say, but are the tennis courts going to stay out there?
Oh yeah, yep. Tennis courts are staying.
Okay, all right. The plan looks good. Looking forward to it. Oh, one last question. The example that you showed with the roll-up doors.
Yes.
Does it have roll-up windows behind it, or does it have stationary windows? How does that work?
Yeah, so all the roll-up doors have transparent panels in them, so they essentially are the windows. So pretty much everywhere around the building, you can roll those. You can, if they're down, you can still see inside. Which I haven't been down there during winter, but I imagine they can still hold events and keep it warm during the winter. And during the summer, I have been there. They roll all the doors up, and so you can freely walk in and out.
Oh, okay. So the doors themselves are transparent.
Yep.
Yeah, it didn't look like it in the drawings, but okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
Thank you. It's a good presentation. I'm really enjoying the site. I too would also, as far going on Beach Road, there's some way to make it more accessible for people who need to walk down beach. That way, that would be very helpful. Especially, I was actually just on beach this weekend, and walking is very difficult. So I would put that out there, put that out into the Southfield universe to hopefully get done too. I just have a quick question about. I've talked to Ms. Fields about this, but just about getting the information out about the open houses to the community. Just what was the process for that? For overall and for the people who live in that area.
Sure. So we did from the beginning of the project. I walked through the ways in which we were reaching out to folks, which was included a variety of facets, both digital and non-digital. Included meetings and ways to be able to provide input without coming to a meeting. And we went through at each milestone, we had an open house to be able to provide progress to residents and receive their feedback, which we recorded and then revised the plan. And that's how we worked from 3 concepts onto a single chosen concept. Now at the last open house, we did hear from some residents around the park that weren't able to, weren't reached during the beginning of the process. And they had some very valid points, and we actually pivoted our plan to conduct an in-person meeting at the rec center. And to raise awareness for that, we distributed door knockers on 400 homes surrounding the park. And we also, I was in communication with the 4 HOAs or 3 HOAs around the site to be able to make sure that meeting worked with the schedule of their residents, and so they were able to come as well. And so we heard their comments and built that into the plan. And so that's the process we went through.
All right, good. That's exactly what I want to hear. All right, I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councilman Mandelbaum.
Yes, thank you. This is a very extensive plan. That's for sure, and I definitely appreciate all the work that went into this. I do have several questions. The first one that comes to mind, though, is you obviously showed us the potential budget to make this happen. And I don't know if you're the right person to answer this, but do we plan on mostly grant funding? Do we plan to dip into the city, the Parks and Rec budget? What is our plan in making this a reality?
It's a great question, and one that I am going to defer to Ms. Fields to answer. Not a problem. Like with all master plans, I'm sorry, Councilman Mandelbaum, the master plan is a concept plan. It doesn't go into the specifics of a schedule. We've got phase one in the capital improvement plan for our department. I think it's in the area of $250,000 to $280,000 dedicated to Beechwoods. But the answer to your question is yes to all above, as far as looking at grants, looking at potential investment through our own budget, and having conversations about any other sources that we can use to fund the project. You earlier asked me questions about a schedule for investment for projects. We've got a lot of projects out there because we've got a lot of our facilities that are older. And so Beechwoods is something that we're excited about. It's something that we want to move forward on, but we are going to be realistic in our dollars because they only go so far. So it will be a combination of using monies dedicated in the capital improvement project, grants that we will be going for, potential recovery funds from COVID, but make no mistake, this is definitely, I think, a priority for our department and our city. This space has been there, and folks have asked questions, and we're using the space right now. We get business there at the driving range. Our business this year has been great. We have programs just starting now at Beechwoods Recreation Center, coming indoors soon. So we're moving forward in the direction of recreation again, in and out, inside and outside. So the answer to your question is there is a number of avenues that we will use to move forward on this project if we are given the green light.
Okay, because that was one of the things that I want to make sure that we're not biting off more than we can chew. We just said that we have our current pool at City Hall, and we know needs over $1 million of work, and we know that the ice arena needs work. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting money into something else that we're going to have to try to figure out, especially with the upkeep.
No, it's a great question. I think the key here, the priority here, is having a plan. And so much like a 5-year master plan for a department, those are needed. A master plan for this space was needed. Council was supportive for us moving forward and wanting to hear from the residents on how we want to use this property and this space. And we've done a lot of work to do that so that this plan resonates. And that's the first step. But yes, you're absolutely right. There's other projects out there, and we've got a lot to balance. But the exciting part is that we've got a plan here that everyone's excited about. And we have some monies available to start to invest back in Parks and Recreation. And that's exciting. So anything that we do moving forward will be brought before council, and it will be with a lot of thought and a lot of planning and a lot of enthusiasm for one. And I'll tell you, I think it's great that we have a fund balance right now, but we've worked really hard as a department, as an organization. So not last year, but the 2 years prior, we had to go into fund balance. So we definitely want to keep a healthy fund balance, but we want to improve our spaces because we know how important it is to people, and we want to be able to provide those services. So this master plan is just a step in the right direction, and everybody's excited about it.
So has there been any thought to getting corporate sponsorship, so to help offset some of the costs, whether it's signage inside the current rec center on the basketball courts, an advertisement from from a Southfield based company or something like that, to, having the splash pad partly covered by, I don't know, Providence, for example. Has there been any thought to having some type of help from the corporate community?
Well, I think fund development through our businesses and corporations is always an option, Councilman Mandelbaum. I think that, we've got a lot of businesses here that are coming into the community that might be prime for doing something like that.
Okay. The driving range, are we going to be making any improvements to that area besides like a new pro shop, if you will? Are we going to, redo any of the driving range aspect?
Chris, do you want to speak? You want to speak to the fencing part of it, or? Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think the answer is mostly yes. The western edge, or excuse me, the southern edge, we would definitely be looking at improving some of the fencing and landscaping. In addition, you mentioned the point of sale clubhouse building. We've also, I didn't mention it, but there is a recommendation for additional maintenance facilities, a new garage to the east corner. And we didn't, from what we heard from residents, there wasn't a strong desire for any modifications. In fact, there was a lot of comments about keeping the driving range as it is, where it is, which is what, for the most part, we've done with the plan.
Okay, because I know that when I've gone to other driving ranges, they have some other technology, where they'll automatically feed the ball onto the tee for you and things like that. And I think some of those additions would be very welcome. Yes, I'm a lazy golfer, but I think the whole sport of golf is just lazy in general. So I happen to like when I go to a driving range and the ball just comes on the tee automatically after I hit it. So, but I do, yeah, I do like the plan. I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to finding a way to implement it all. Thank you.
There's a few last things that I'll mention. We did work, and to Terry's team's credit, we had a working group that specifically looked at this project in terms of long-term maintenance and operations. So we sat down with the folks that would be tasked with maintaining this park and walked through all the components and discussed, what seems like it may be in capability and what's not. So that there's a real confidence from the Parks and Rec side that they can operate and maintain this long term, which, like I said, is something that the community was cognizant of. Another thing that I'll mention is that we did talk about revenue offsetting some of the operational costs by introducing revenue generating sources within the park, which is, I think, something that you had started to ask about, and that comes from the shelter rentals, as well as potentially a fee for non-residents to enter the splash pad, and maybe even a fee for residents. That's something to continue to explore. We floated that idea in some meetings, and there wasn't wholesale opposition. So I think there's some opportunities to do that within some of the elements in the park. It's not going to cover every last dime, but it's something that can help generate some revenue.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks.
Thank you. Chris, this was an excellent presentation. If the funding were available today or tomorrow, what is a timeline to make this this master plan, concept plan, a reality?
That's a complicated question. I guess I might have to ask Terry on that one, because I think a lot of it's gonna. I can help answer some of the mechanics from what we might have to do for developing the plan, but I might ask your help, Terry, and taking the lead on answering. Well, I think hi, Councilman Banks. I think that it goes back to the priorities that are set with our city and with the department. If this was a high priority and we had funding sources already identified for a particular phase, I think Chris probably would be able to come in and tell us how long it would take approximately to do that particular phase. I just don't know. That's a really tough question.
Well, I hope this master plan doesn't get lost on a shelf. I mean, I think it's a great concept, and I would love to see us try and tackle it little by little, even if we were to do like the splash pad area or the additional picnic areas.
Absolutely.
So this will go back before the Parks and Recreation Board to come back with a recommendation, or what is the next step on this?
Next step is that we're bringing the concept to you for your approval and adoption, and it will go before it will be part of the master plan for our department that is coming soon. So this is here for your questions and answers, and then next meeting for the adoption.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, it was an excellent presentation. And I definitely like this. This has the presentation, obviously, and the product itself, and it is rolled out in stages, has the potential to be an indispensable source for the city of Southfield, and give Southfield another jewel within our boundary, why people want to move to Southfield. And I know that people move to Southfield for a reason. And a lot of people move from things to come to Southfield. And I learned that by conversation and when I was campaigning. But let me ask a couple of specific questions here. You might have mentioned this, but how many respondents that we have individually to surveys and our questions?
We had over 400. I'd have to look at the final number, but I know when we were closing the project plan down, it was over 400.
400. Okay. What was the potential population? Who did you have a potential population?
Potentially, you mean the number of folks we were seeking to reach?
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked at some of the past projects that Southfield has worked on. So, one of the examples is the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which the last iteration had 200, maybe under 200 survey responses, and that's for the entire network of parks within the entire city. And so we were able to double that number for just one park, and we did get a lot of really good quality feedback. So I think in addition to the number of folks we got a lot of really good rich feedback that gave us a lot to work from as we developed the plan.
So your universe of potential respondents were how many?
Potential respondents, I guess I'm having a hard time.
Well, who did you ask? Let's just say you had a universe of people you asked. Was that a number, or is it just scatter? I'm just trying to get a potential response rate to whatever you send out there. It's not. Well, look, I like your presentation. I figure on this particular group had a lot of level-headed people, and you gave some pretty good answers. But I do like to know what was the response by the citizenry and what was the population for that potential response. That gives me a better gauge of did we get a lot of people liking what you were presenting?
Sure. I guess we did see a lot of support in terms of
I guess it's difficult to answer the potential respondents because a lot of our postings, a lot of what we did was post in places where, you know, people would go, but we don't have the numbers of, you know, how many folks were frequenting that site or read the post. So we can't really put a number on that. You know, we did our best to be able to reach as many folks as we could, especially within a 3 to 4 month window. So, you know, for 400 responses for a plan of this size and over the time that we did, you know, we felt good about the responses that we got and the consistency of feedback that we were receiving.
Okay.
And
to
echo
Chris's comment too about how difficult it is to come up with that number, I think that you're asking for. So we did a couple of radio spots on WJR in promoting the master plan. We had it posted in the Southfield Sun. So we had those boards posted at our parks that had people coming and going. So the number of people that were touched by the information for the Beachwoods master plan, that's the number I think that is hard to come up with. The responses for the surveys were a good number of folks, and Chris was comparing it to the survey responses for the last master plan that was done in 2017 that had a little over 200. We had 400. So we did some unorthodox things in reaching out to folks because of COVID. We wanted to be able to go out to them. So as Chris had said earlier, we were out in the parks. We had those boards out in the parks. We had them staffed at times. So we worked through through Michael Mannion and the homeowners associations, reached out to the Parks and Recreation Board. We were in conversations and reached out and had COSA as part of those stakeholder groups. So that's why it is kind of hard. I think I understand what you're asking, but it's kind of hard to get that fine number.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And most surveys that have been around, they had a universe, and then but okay, your universe was not as concrete. I understand. Okay. I like this project. I'm not afraid of that price tag. I think that the rewards for investing that kind of money is definitely there if we can get something what the plan lays out. So just from a dollar standpoint, I don't think it's outrageous, but I think it serves the city. And this gets into really, the reason for government, really. Why do we have government? And so I feel comfortable with this particular project. And I think a gentleman could have been you, Chris, that indicated they're quite right now a number of funding sources, potential funding sources for a project of this nature and or specific elements of this particular overall project. So I like it, and I just hope we can. It clearly won't be something that's placed on the shelf. And just to echo what Ms. Banks said about not staying on the shelf, because I think this is too valuable a project, and it's too valuable piece of land over there to just let it sit and go wow. So thank you very much, Tara. Thank you, and I think you had a pretty good team here, and I can sense the level-headedness of the group that you have working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Cruz.
Yes. Just a couple notes to make. Number one, Chris, you didn't meet your 20-minute threshold, but that's okay. We won't hold it against you.
I appreciate it.
Very comprehensive presentation, and I'm thrilled about everything you talked about tonight. I, like Councilman Frazier, was interested in the opportunity to have the grills in the varying sheds that we're looking to do. I always look to Pebble Creek as a model for something. I mean, everybody clamors to get in there because it's such a beautiful site, And I think that we can create something just as similar to that as well. Secondly, I just want to say that the fact that you mentioned the basketball courts was really going to be my talking point for the evening, because if you had not mentioned it, I was definitely going to bring it up, because it is much needed, it is much wanted, and I think that we need to make sure that that happens. And I look forward to seeing something like that in our community, because we need more of that type of opportunity for activity for our young folks. And I think it was Councilman Mandelbaum that mentioned about the sponsorship of some of these areas, and if we could maybe get some outside funding for these parks, for a basketball court or a tennis court or whatnot. There are people that I think are willing to put their name on it, and it will benefit us as a city as a whole. So while I hate to see that the golf courses are going to be no longer with us, as a lazy golfer, as Councilman Mandelbaum is, I am happy to see that we're going to be able to put this to great use for the community. So thank you for your presentation, and I'm looking forward to moving forward with this project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, did you have any comments tonight?
Yeah, I just a couple. Was it ruled out about, I know one time when the council agreed to have the master plan for the park considered, was it ruled out to do a mini or an executive golf course?
Well, I'll take a first step, Terry, and then maybe you can provide me anything that I didn't hit. I know we did look at an option to include some of the holes, and ultimately, through the working groups that I was talking about, in terms of making sure that we can maintain this, one of the conversations was given that you might only have a handful of holes, 3 holes or so, that the amount of equipment and time to maintain that small, of a course was pretty high, and the determination was made to shift away from that option to use the landscape for some other uses. So that's what I recall from our conversations. But maybe Terry, if you've got anything else.
No, that's fine. That is fine. I just wondered. You've answered it, that it was considered, and it didn't seem like the best option. I am really pleased overall with the plan. The walking trails, people love that. The splash pad has been mentioned over and over again. The demand for picnic shelters is very high. So all of those are great. The only thing that I hear from residents, and I told them, well, I haven't seen the plan yet, but the only thing I've been hearing is concerns about the amphitheater and the size of it. So and the fact that it is relatively close to backyards on, I think it's Carlton. That is really the only thing that that I've heard. I've made it very clear to residents that this is not driven by the administration. This plan, it's not driven by the council or the mayor. That this really was about citizen feedback. So anybody that's listening to this presentation, I did want to make it clear that this is new information to the council and myself. But thank you for the presentation. Very informative.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment too, Mayor, because that's what I've been hearing too, is on the amphitheater, the questions, and the concern was the noise and that kind of thing. So again, this is our first time hearing about it as being presented to council. So what is our next steps? I know that is this coming back to us on the consent agenda next week, Terry? I'm not sure. It just says for adoption. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Well, having no other questions, then we will have this back on next week's agenda. I'm sorry, consent agenda. To the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep. Our next item is the consulting services for the Parks and Rec Master Plan.
Yes, that would be me again.
Yes.
Yes. In order to qualify for grant funding for Parks and Recreation improvements and/or acquisitions of parkland through the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, the state of Michigan requires us, communities, to prepare and adopt a 5-year master plan for capital improvement projects and parkland acquisitions. As a result of recent work performed on the Beechwoods Master Plan, OHM Advisors of Livonia has created a foundation of gathered information from their survey results, their community engagements, and this would allow them to move efficiently forward in completing a 5-year update for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The firm has successfully worked with our staff, its familiarity with the city. All of this combined will allow their team to successfully meet our fast approaching deadline. As a result of this, Madam President, Council, we are requesting permission to go forward with OHM Consulting Services so that they could complete our 5-year updated master plan for us with the due date moving forward of submission of January 15th. With all the work that's been done to this point, the structure that they have in place right now going forward, it just makes for a more efficient use. They would have definitely advantage over anyone else coming in and starting this project. So we are requesting council to authorize us to move forward with the consulting services of OHM Advisors.
Okay, Council, I will start with you, Mr. Hoskins, Councilman Hoskins.
I don't have any questions for this. Thank you.
Councilman Mandelbaum.
Thank you. Will there be, are we going to be encouraging resident participation in the master plan, or is it just going to be done through Parks and Rec staff?
Oh no, this is going to be done, but same. And I'm sorry, I probably should have said that in my comments opening up this item. This again, this master plan update, it really is messaging from our residents again. There will be community engagement. The consulting firm OHM will be working with some folks that specialize in community engagement so that we can ensure that this plan again communicates what our residents want and would like to see going forward.
Okay. And do we plan to integrate this into the city's master plan?
Yes.
You've talked with the other Terry?
Yeah, this is part. This does go into our city master plan. It becomes a part of that as well.
Okay.
Just like the master plan for Beechwoods becomes part of this master plan, our 5-year update. But I appreciate that question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Banks.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Brightwell.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Cruz.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Frazier.
Yes, I'm glad that Councilman Brightwell didn't ask the question because I'll ask the question that he normally asks. The OHM cost is a low, how much?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
How much is the price?
39,000.
39,000?
Yep.
Okay, and that's arrived at by the amount of work that's involved, or is that how it's?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, do you have any questions?
No, this is something we need to do, so move on with it.
Okay. All right. So this will be on the consent agenda next week as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Our next item is the Brownfield Plan Reimbursement Consulting Services, Northland City Center LLC Development.
Madam President, Alice Eva should be on with us as well. Not, I guess.
Fred, do you know which number he called in on?
I don't.
Let's see.
Let me. I'll field this then, just to keep it moving. Let me just pull this out.
Madam President?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Hi.
Al,
Are you on? Hello, Al, are you there?
Hello?
We can
Madam
hear
President?
you. Yes,
Okay,
we can.
I apologize, Madam President. Good evening. Before you this evening is for discussion, the Brownfield Plan Reimbursement Consulting Services as it relates to the Northland City Center. As you may recall, on June 14th, the City Council approved the Northland City Center Brownfield Redevelopment Plan and the reimbursement agreement for the former Northland Mall. Shortly after this approval, the Michigan Economic Development Corporation also approved the plan, allowing for $64 million in reimbursable expenses for the Northland LLC. The plan will provide reimbursable eligible expenses to Northland LLC and the City of Southfield, including the following: due care, compliance activities, environmental insurance, demolition, lead and asbestos activities, site preparation, infrastructure improvements, and others as listed. The plan allows for approximately $64 million in reimbursement to the developer and the city. Included in this $64 million is the $20.1 million, which will also be reimbursed to the City of Southfield for their investment in demolition, site preparation, and infrastructure improvements, and the $2.0 million, which is being requested this evening for oversight consulting services. The city has put in place a team to help with invoices and a process that will allow the city to determine eligible expenses and how much should be dispensed to the developer. On this team is City Administrator Zorn, City Budget Director Austin Michael, the City Economic Development Director Shelley Freeman, and myself. In addition to this, we've added consultants who have been with the project for the past several years, including Neil Silver from DeWatt Mann, Jeremy McAllen from AKT Peerless, and Red Groneveld from OHM Advisors. In the body of your memo, we discuss what each role will be. There is a group of us that will review these invoices and contracts and so forth. based on discussions with each of these consultants, we are projecting that the Waterman Man's total project cost will be $120,000 over 5 years. AKT Pillis, we are projecting the cost of $120,000 over 4 years. And OHM will have the brunt of the responsibility, as they will have staff on site to provide public infrastructure, project management, and review of progress for reimbursement. We're projecting that over a 5-year period, their cost is $1,748,000. The total estimated expenses, as I mentioned before, $1,988,000 has been accounted for in the approved brownfield plan, and thus states that the city will be reimbursed for this amount once the tax revenue begins to come in. The request this evening is to allow, or I should say, let me back up and just talk about the fiscal impact. Fiscal impact is scheduled to come out of the general fund support services in the account so noted in the write-up. We're hoping that the council will move this to the consent agenda at its September 20th meeting, allowing for approval of $120,000 over 5 years for the Waterman Man, $120,000 over 4 years for AKT Peerless, and $1,748,000 over 5 years for OHM Advisors. With that, Madam President, if Administrator Zorn has any further comments, I will pass it over to him. Thank you.
Madam President, I have no other comments. Very thorough summary by Mr. Sivas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it to council for any questions or comments, and I'll start with you, Councilman Mandelbaum.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks. Okay, we'll come back. Councilman Brightwell.
I'm here. The mute button was hiding. The general fund is supporting this particular outlay of funds until we're being paid back. How much is this per year? I had to move my screen, so I don't have it before me.
So, Councilman Mandelbaum, is the question for each consultant the projected amount that they're charging?
No, I saw that. I think that I don't have this is Councilman Brightwell. Al,
Brightwell, I apologize.
That's okay. I know. I had to switch screens. How much per year are we paying for this particular these three consulting firms per year, not over 5 years?
Well, per year, for example, if you take the total cost, which is $120,000 divided by 5 years, in the case of the Waterman Man, that's $24,000 a year. With AKT Peerless, it's approximately $30,000 a year. The amount for OHM over a 5-year period is, I will bear with me while I do the computation here. It would be approximately $350,000 a year.
Okay, all right, and I guess Fred also, we can support this out of the general fund support service contractual professional account.
Councilman Brightwell, the answer is yes. And Al, help me out on the final accounting. We started the Northland project with a $20 million, and the final balance as of August 31st was, I'm looking for it now.
Yeah, we have uncommitted funds as of August 31st of $8 million approximately.
Okay, so, does it make any sense to pay for some of that, or pay for it out of that uncommitted fund right now that, Northland has in it, as opposed to tapping into the, city general fund?
Mr. Brightwell, the answer is yes, that's an option. As we go through the maneuvering, we were hoping that those uncommitted funds would come back to the city, and then we would just show this as a new long-term budget. Perhaps we could have an additional dialogue with Finance Director Michaels regarding this. But in one sense, in essence, the $2 million over 5 years is being charged to that balance. But I think it was our intent to close that fund out and return the unused monies back to the LRF and the tax base initiative.
Okay, well, why don't you think about that, because you're going to return it back, but then you're going to charge, if my thinking is correct, turn the $8 million back, but you're going to charge the city $2 million in the general fund. Does that make sense? Is there a cost benefit associated with that that's beneficial to the city? I'm just trying to get the side that is most beneficial to the city.
I'm not sure if either. I'm not sure if I would say it's beneficial. I think we're just showing the closeout of the one and the reestablishment. We went from the acquisition to the sale phase, and then as we move forward, this is the cost. All of these costs will be reimbursed through future tax increment pursuant to our reimbursement agreement, and just having this stand alone. And I think perhaps the four of us, you, Councilman Brightwell as finance chair, Alice Sevis and Austin and myself can have a dialogue about this. And these expenditures are going to come in, and right now we're showing them being charged to this particular line item in the general fund. And there's probably there could be a couple other ways possibly how to do that.
Yeah. I just don't like seeing the city general fund being hit for something that we have $8 million. But if I know that there's a cost benefit analysis for everything, but if we could put that several $100,000 into the general fund or uncommitted general fund, our ratios would actually look better. So it's something that it can be discussed. This is on paper right now, so and we can move it around on paper just to make sure we are not hurting the city's regular general fund. We can put the money somewhere else, as opposed to waiting 15 to 20 years to be paid back.
I think any way we go through this, we're going to show these as committed funds for the next 5 years.
Okay, all right. Well, if at some appropriate time, let's have a conversation, because it's a little too detailed for this audience, I think, or for this time period.
And let me just also point out that, there's extra steps. I mean, the reimbursement these funds are actually being advanced to the Brownfield Authority. And then as the increment comes back, the Brownfield Authority will be paid back, and then eventually back to the general fund. I think we can maybe talk about this before our finance meeting on Friday, or even at our finance meeting.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. It currently is on paper, but
yep,
if we can get paid back now as opposed to
the flow of funds is the city is loaning these funds to the Brownfield Authority. Then as increment comes in, the Brownfield Authority will pay back the city for these monies.
Right. Right. We're not losing anything other than timing. And we can get real deep here. The time value of money. And that's another thing I just thought. So let's talk about it Friday. Because the time, you just made me think about the time value of money. We might be losing more than we think. Okay, good enough, Fred.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz?
Yes, I think Councilman Brightwell just basically hit what I was thinking too, and I would just look to hear from the Finance Committee as we move forward and as we make further decisions on this. So otherwise, I'm fine with everything so far.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes, I'm just glad that we're moving forward on this. So, and I'm sure that Friday, all the hard answers will get hard questions will get answered.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank
you. Councilman Hoskins?
No questions for me on this. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Banks?
Councilman Brightwell brought up my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, did you have any questions or comments?
No, we're at a point where we need to put this mechanism in place. I was over at Northland on Thursday and Friday, and a tremendous amount of work is underway. They have their permits, and there's 50, 60 workers there working every day, doing a lot of stockpiling of metals, aluminum and steel, as well as mounds of blacktop are being ripped up to be recycled. So we're at a point where we need this mechanism to get put in place. So it's all good.
Okay. Well, thank you. So this will be on our consent agenda next week. And we're moving forward. Thank you, everyone. All right, our next item is the proposed vacation of the consent judgments. Trowbridge McDonald 3 at 24111 Civic Center Drive.
Yes, good evening, Madam President, Council, Mayor. This has been presented to Council in the past. At the time that we were discussing in the past, it was owned by someone else. We have representatives from Contour who are now the owners of the property. So I believe I should have Paul Bargamian on the line as well as David to make a presentation. They've presented a Fourth Amendment to the consent judgment that potentially can be filed with the circuit court should the council approve the amendment as it's been drafted, and it was in your packet. So with that introduction, I am going to turn it over to who I hopefully believe is in attendance, Paul and David from Contour.
Thank you, Ms. King. This is Paul Bargamian from Contour speaking. Mr. Dedvukai could not join us this evening. He had to jump on a flight. So I will be flying solo myself, no pun intended. The last time we spoke about this briefly, we talked about the poor condition that the property was in when we acquired it back last winter, and a lot of the improvements that we had already undertaken. And tonight we want to talk about the amendment to the consent judgment. Just very briefly, there was a lawsuit back in the early 1980s that had a consent judgment that had some terms and conditions as to how the property would be developed and run. That was amended 3 or 4 times throughout the 1980s, and it seemed like there was no rhyme or reason to several of the amendments, and or some of the provisions of the amendments just are no longer applicable. So when you sit down and look at it, it really becomes a hodgepodge of things that just make the property, a little more difficult to run, which certainly affected the way that the previous ownership was running it. And as an example, one of the things that we would like to amend the judgment to reflect, there is in place currently the requirement of a 400-seat dining room, as well as the kitchen. Well, the kitchen was being grossly underutilized and was in deplorable condition when we acquired it. We've made alternate arrangements to provide the obligatory one hot meal per day for the residents. But as I'm sure you will all readily agree, in the current environment, there really isn't much a need for a 400-seat dining room. And Contour has a plan to convert those spaces, the dining room and the commercial grade kitchen, into additional units. So that's really one of the things that we're looking for in the consent judgment. Another thing is the judgment initially required that the community be inhabited by residents 58 years old or older. We want to adjust that to 55 years and older, which is more the applicable federal standard that's currently in place. And it would just seem to make more sense to fall in line with that. One of the other issues that arose when we acquired the property, we had requested a zoning verification letter from the city. And much to everyone's surprise, the city was not able to 100% confirm the zoning of the property. So I believe that there was a provision in the consent judgment that references the zoning. We were looking for confirmation as part of the acquisition process. And unfortunately, we were not able to get that confirmation. So we're looking to clarify that aspect of it, which is needed for, actually everything that we're talking about is needed to allow for financing of the property, because all the lenders keep asking the same questions about the kitchen, the dining room, and the zoning as the important ones. So with that background, I'm happy to field your questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with you, Ms. Banks, Councilwoman Banks.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get through this without coughing. Please bear with me. At the February 8th council meeting, it was discussed that there were people on the 8th floor that had rented through the Airbnb. The situation still has not been resolved. And what measures are being taken place to remove the people on the 8th floor that are renting by Airbnb?
Well, I know I am not personally familiar with the Airbnb angle to it. I do know that that the previous ownership kind of thumbed its nose at the 58 and over requirement and began leasing to a lot of people who were underage on the 8th floor, which was really has led to a lot of problems at the building, as you know, and a lot of crime. And we have been going through the court process to get these underage residents out there. I think I want to call back to what Congresswoman Lawrence spoke so eloquently about earlier this evening about the need to take care of our elderly. And certainly when you have a community that is 58 or 55 and over, leasing to people who are in their teens and 20s is not really looking out for the elderly, because it's creating a community that they didn't sign up for. So I guess the process is still in place to get all of those people out. but it does take a little bit of time to do it legally.
Well, I'm surprised that it hasn't already happened, because technically, because this is a senior complex, they should not even be at the Trowbridge. So I'm
Yep,
going to go
I wholeheartedly agree.
Well, I'm not sure if I don't understand why you're not removing them.
We are. We're going through the process. We have removed numerous of the underage residents from the 8th floor, and continue to do so. Unfortunately, we're just not allowed to go in and just kick them out without going through a court process.
Okay, and then what is going to happen to the residents that presently are residing at the Trowbridge?
The residents who are currently residing at the Trowbridge can continue to reside at the Trowbridge. The plans for the building are to modernize the units, renovate all the units, but we're going to do it in a fashion that will work with each individual resident. So, for example, if you're living in a particular unit and you would like to have that unit renovated, we will move you into what is currently a vacant unit that we're going to be renovating first. And you can live there temporarily, or you can stay there and move back to your original unit. If you're a resident who does not want to go through that process because you're content with the way your unit is currently, that's fine. We'll let you do that. So the residents who are there can certainly stay there as long as they meet the age requirement, of course.
And then it states that a bi-weekly housekeeping and one catered meal per day at the cost of the resident. Presently,
that's correct.
The majority of the residents are paying for this service. So is that going to be eliminated?
No, the services aren't being eliminated. The cleaning service, we would like to move from a weekly to a bi-weekly.
It presently is bi-weekly.
Okay, that's. I was under the impression that it was a weekly service because that's what's in the consent judgment. So that would be an easy one to handle because it's difficult to find people to do that on a weekly basis. So that's why we wanted to do it bi-weekly. So that's an easy one.
And what about the food service?
The food service, as we have mentioned, the kitchen was not being run properly. The meals coming out under the previous regime were lacking for nutritional value, variety, and so forth. So we have been working with a couple of different caterers to provide better options for the residents, and that will continue.
Do we have that in writing anywhere that it will continue?
It's in the consent judgment, and it will be in the hopefully Fourth Amendment to the consent judgment as well.
Well, the way I read the consent judgment, it's kind of like it's and or. There's a word in there that it's like an and or. And then once, if this is approved by council, what is the proposed rent going to be for the residents?
The rental will be, I assume, would be a market rate. But between now and our next gathering, I can get a better handle on that from Mr. Dedrukai.
Another question. There's a very large pending water bill right now. And last year's water bill went onto the tax rolls because it wasn't paid. Also, the summer taxes are not due or have not been paid. And last year's winter and summer taxes also went to the county. It just seems like we're coming back and you haven't resolved any of these problems that we've talked about before. And I think until until the bills are paid, until some of this is in writing, I just personally don't think we should go forward with this yet.
Well, I can tell you that I will definitely have people look into the tax bills. I am familiar with the water bill situation, and I will report back to you when we meet again with resolutions on all of those.
And again, the cleaning service is bi-weekly. It hasn't been weekly in a long time.
Okay.
And I just think we're trying to approve something, or you're trying to get something approved right now when we still have problems over there. Why don't we first fix the problems so we can move forward and talk about this?
Well, our Contour's contention is that this is all part of fixing all those problems so that the building can be appropriately managed and run.
Well, I'm not sure if I understand, like the people on the 8th floor, how that has anything to do with it. They're either there or they're not.
I think it has and those people signed leases with the previous ownership, and we're working on getting those people out. We've already gotten a lot of them out, and we're going to get the rest of them out who don't belong. But that involves a court process.
How many people are we talking?
Well, on the 8th floor, I was aware of approximately 30 leases, I believe was the number.
30 leases. And there's been no court proceedings that have started yet?
No, I believe that they have started proceedings and have gotten a lot of residents out, and some whose leases have just expired on their own, and they obviously were not going to renew them.
I have no further questions right now. This just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell.
I just have one question. What is do you have a major infrastructure repair or something that need to be done from an infrastructure standpoint? Elevators or infrastructure?
Well, absolutely. Elevators are going to be done. Air conditioning, HVAC, is going to be repaired and or replaced as needed. So there are a lot of capital improvements that are in the works.
Okay. Does anything deal with health and safety?
I believe that there were some issues with a alarm system to call for, like the 911 type of help. I think there was an alarm system there that was not functional, but that is being worked on and will be remedied if it hasn't been already.
Okay. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz. We'll come back. Councilman Frazier.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just trying to work through this mute thing again. Sorry about that. I think Councilwoman Banks really kind of covered the gamut as far as I was concerned, and I think if those questions are answered, might give me a better feel on which direction to move with this. But as of now, I won't add anything else.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes, in consent agenda 4, it said that there's going to be a conference room, I think it is, with a library. Now, is that just library because you nailed the word library over the door, or is it actually going to be a library? And if it's going to be stocked, how often does it get changed so that people have fresh things to read?
Sure. I think to answer your question, it's definitely going to be a library, not just because it has a sign over the door. There will be tables, reading material, computers, periodicals, magazines, and all of those will be kept up to date and swapped out as needed.
Okay. I also agree that Councilwoman Banks has brought up some pretty important issues that seem to be hanging in the winds. I'd like to ask our attorney, how do we protect the city and the seniors that are in that establishment there? How do we protect the city to make sure all this stuff gets done?
Yes, Councilman Frazier. So for the last year and a half, we have been discussing this particular property. The prior owners, Mr. Bargamian mentioned, had led it down a path that left it in the disarray that it's in now. So the only thing that I can say tonight is that Councilwoman Banks has asked for some more information in regards to the evictions. This is something that's going to be filed with the court. So if it's another, amendment as we've had before, and if someone is going to follow up and it's not being done, then we go back to court again. So that is why I keep, bringing them back and letting them make the presentation, because it has reached a low. He's correct in saying things are outdated, but as far as making sure that the city and our residents are protected, it's going to be an effort that there has to be more monitoring, better monitoring than what we had before. As Councilwoman Banks knows, we are working on short-term Airbnb regulation to put something on the books in the city. So, we didn't monitor it before, and a lot of things happened under prior ownership. So going forward, I hope that we can continue to monitor it, have the regulation for the short-term rental Airbnb on the books. And I think the rest is really going to be up to the new owners to, there is something that said there was a report that would be submitted that was in the consent judgment. So again, it's quarterly written reports. That's what I can offer tonight, Councilman Frazier. I don't know if Mr. Bargamian wants to add anything else to that.
No, Ms. King, I think you articulated it very well. If there's a problem with something, then it goes back before the Oakland County Circuit Court to complain and say that this party is not honoring the consent judgment.
Okay, Mr. Zorn, we have building inspectors. Would this be appropriate for our building inspectors to go there on a regular basis like they did, or at least they tried to over at the Sapphire, to try to make sure that things are moving along at a good speed, to make sure that it's that we are protecting the people that are paying hard money, that, they're probably all retired and all the things are being done like they're supposed to be done?
The answer is yes. Let me just make a comment for council. Since the COVID crisis, 18 months, our multifamily properties are registered, we've actually hit a point where we're not doing routine inspections because people don't want us in their units and because of COVID to protect our staff. We are, like properties such as you mentioned, that Sapphire, we are responding to complaints as they come in. I'm going to use this as a platform to remind council there are certain areas we have very limited jurisdiction on. Elevators, boilers, air conditioning. For example, air conditioning in a high-rise property, although we think it should be, it is not required by code that we have to enforce. This is my frequent remark about the problems with the Michigan construction code. The other thing, while I'm commenting, I just want everyone to realize the difficulties anyone has had getting evictions the last 18 months. It's a frequent conversation when the court is on our weekly calls, which is probably, I'd say, about 50% of the time. We've got a real problem in evictions, and I'm hearing it with greater frequency from our property owners and landlords trying to get evictions, and so we've got a real issue there. The other thing I want to comment on, the water and the tax item, those are usually things that should be resolved at closing. I know there has been a problem. I don't know the full details. And I want to stress, I think we're in a bit of a catch-22. Any group that owns a building that really can't put their permanent financing until items are resolved, in this case, the amendment to the consent decree, and my read on this fourth consent decree really cleans up the mess that was between 1, 2, and 3. It virtually restates it. The others are suspended, and we've got one document. The other 3 documents were loaded with conflict. That was part of the problem for the previous ownership. So we're happy to do inspections when a resident calls us, and I just want to go back to the original question. Those are my thoughts and comments on this matter.
Okay, yeah, and I fully appreciate the fact that we're kind of restricted to the common areas and certain other things like you've mentioned. But what I'm trying to get at is that I don't want to hold up the new owners from taking charge in cleaning this up and getting on with the business. But I also want to protect the people that live there because they're sort of powerless. And I know that the current owner is hung up with the courts, and I know the federal government has restricted foreclosing on people and throwing them out on the street. But I want to find a balance. And I feel a little uncomfortable approving this until I hear something that shows me that they're serious about getting the things that are a problem cleaned up. So that's where I stand right now.
And Mr. Councilman Frazier, I think we protect people by making sure the financing's in place. You're correct. These evictions should be real routine because these people are under the age of 58. They shouldn't have been living there. And that's, but you still got to go through that eviction process.
Okay. Well, we need to do what we need to do to work with the new owner to help get it back on its feet and the building back going like it should be going, so that people have a good place to live. And I hope they are happy with the catered meals and things that the new owner is projecting for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
Thank you. Yeah, I think both Councilwoman Banks and Councilman Frazier brought up all the good questions, and I hope that we can get some answers for particularly Councilwoman Banks, some of her concerns. But beyond that, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum.
No, all my questions and concerns have been already addressed. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what are we looking tonight? Nothing. This was just for discussion.
If I may, Madam President. And,
yes.
Mr. Bargamian, if you want to correct me, they were looking to move towards approval because they do want to start the work that they need to do in the building. But as I listen to council, I'm not sure what council would like them to do. So perhaps if there are some specific directions you want for Contour, Mr. Bargamian.
Well, I would, from what I'm hearing, what we'd like to have them do is agree to come back to council if this is something that we feel we can move forward with. We list out our questions, the ones that were brought up tonight, and then whatever ones they have, and have them come back to us every 3 months, I guess, to give us an update with the understanding if things are not progressing in a fashion or whatever, that we have the right to say, hey, we got to hold this up. This you're not doing for the residents what you promised you were going to be doing. If we don't, it's left at the mercy of inspectors who really their hands are tied, because unless they're invited in, they can only look at common areas. They can't really, address any of the other issues that the residents have. So it's really going to be like a trust factor, but we need to say, and then somebody either in legal or the clerks or somebody's office have to ensure that they're on this agenda every 3 months or 6 months or whatever the agreement happens to be, to give us that comfort level that we're looking after our residents.
Madam President, this is Administrator Zorn. May I?
Yes.
I really think we've got a bit of a catch-22. I mean, I'm hearing council say we want to get these people out, yet the group that's pursuing an acquisition and asking to enter into this consent decree is at the mercy of the courts. We need to recognize that. The types of investments that are necessary, the elevator repair and all that, I don't see any developer spending those kinds of dollars unless their financing is in place and they know they have secure ownership. I'm just thinking, the more I think about this, we really have got a very unique situation. I think 3 months might be way too long, but let's see what we can hammer out in the courts. And I'm happy to put a call into the court administrator if I could get some kind of summary of where we're at with each of these evictions. But candidly, they may have residents who they don't have a ground to evict on. They may have a lease that goes for another 6 months and they're current on their rent. And I don't think the court will recognize our consent decree for that grounds for eviction. And I know that's difficult to hear, but that previous owner entered into these arrangements to lease space to these people. And I think in certain cases, you've got to wait for that lease to expire and for the eviction to happen. I'd almost need to see how that timeline plays out. I mean, if they continue to pursue eviction, I think we need to look for some other measure to move this forward. Those are my thoughts. I mean, I don't know of the 30-some people, how many of their leases have actually expired and they can be evicted once we get court action, or how many have 2, 3, 6, 8 months. I don't know.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but that's one part of it. There's a number of things that were mentioned. So what I'm saying is that they could come back to us and say, okay, we did go to court, and out of the 30, we have 10 people that whatever, because they're not meeting their obligations either. And I know that they just lifted the moratorium on the COVID non-eviction. So what we're trying to say is that we want it be ensured by follow-up reports or them coming back to council telling us what they are doing. We're not saying, okay, evict everybody. Well, maybe we are, but that doesn't belong there. But we're saying if you've gone to court, we've taken 10 people to court, and here's where we are. You can give us an update. We're asking for updates to ensure that what you're asking for and saying that you're doing, you're going to do, and that you are actively doing that. And it does take a little bit more, but this is not normal circumstances. So what I'm hearing is several different things. There's the food, there's the cleaning, there's all kinds of things that I'm hearing that's happening here. The evictions is just one. And legally, we have to follow whatever is legal. We cannot just put someone out. And I know the COVID moratorium was just lifted. So you got to follow the court process, but you can always update us and say, okay, here's where we are, 3 months from now. And we've been to court 3 times or however many times, and here's the status of what happened. That's showing us that you're doing what you're saying you're going to do. And that would give some kind of comfort level that, okay, we did the right thing here.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Banks.
I just think it's also important, like that the water bills are paid, and and then the taxes are paid before any consideration for approval is even considered by this honorable body.
I agree. I think I thought all that was taken care of at closing, but I don't know what happens here. I don't know.
And Madam President, that's one of the questions that needs to be resolved, because those things are typically addressed at closing. Taxes, water bill, proration. There's something probably in escrow, and that we do need an answer on.
Yes. So, do we want to table this until you come back with those answers, or? Because we're not comfortable with making a decision.
That's clear. I think tabling is an appropriate action.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. And Administrator Zorn, Mr. Bargamian, I believe he's still on the line, so I'll see if he knows he can get all of that, if he wants to say something.
No, we're working on all those things, and I'll report back to you, Dawn, in the interim, and that way you can report back to the city.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes.
If we're going to table this or postpone this, we need to have a motion for the period of time we want to postpone it.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion? Because I'm not sure how much time. I'm sorry.
I was going to interject. I just looked online. The taxes have been paid. They were paid. They weren't paid on August 31st. They were paid $544,323.31 was paid on September 9th. And according to BSNA, all of their taxes are current. Just for everyone's knowledge.
Okay. But we still have to get an answer on the water bill, so Do we want to do for 2 weeks, or, I mean, I don't know how long they're going to need.
We can see where they're at in 2 weeks. I mean, if they're serious about, so I'll make a motion to postpone action on consent, the consent form for a 2 week period.
I support Councilman Cruz.
Okay. It's been motioned by Councilman Frazier, second by Councilman Cruz, to postpone the proposed vacation of consent judgment for the Trowbridge for 2 weeks, which would mean our September 27th meeting. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Hoskins,
Yes.
Vanderbaum,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Banks,
Yes.
Brightwell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
and Frazier.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right, our next item is communications. And before I have our normal statement that we read, the Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedure for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected officials. That is unrelated to the manner in which the officer or employee or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language toward any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent, or your mic will be muted. Madam Clerk, would you please open the line, or if you're on the call, please raise your hand to be recognized by the clerk.
Madam President, the lines are open.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Gerard Mullen, Southfield Citizens Oversight Committee, Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037. Madam President, since 1969, there has been 5 new editions of the Southfield City Charter published with the outdated Chapter 7 contained within that describes a dinosaur court system that takes up to 10% of the total contents of the charter. And to top it off, this city charges $15 per outdated copy for this over-the-hill pamphlet. In contrast, the National Enquirer charges only $4.99 per copy. Besides the Enquirer being a lot cheaper than the charter, it is also far more accurate and also far more up-to-date than Council's costly geriatric pamphlet, known as the Southfield City Charter. Madam Chair, what is Council's justification for publishing repeatedly 5 outdated editions of the City Charter at an outrageous price for this useless pamphlet? In a word, a relic. Madam Chair, this is all happening on your watch. Also, Madam Chair, on your charter's cover page, it states, and I quote, "This pamphlet is a reprint of the Charter of the City of Southfield, Michigan, by order of the City Council," unquote. That's you folks. Isn't that right, Madam Chair? There's no one else here to blame, is there, Madam Chair, for this useless, overpriced artifact called a charter. It is about time that this city council delete Chapter 7 from your outdated charter, along with the many other outdated items, by creating a charter commission. If the city of Detroit can mandate periodically a ballot initiative for a proposed charter commission in order to try to update their charter, then the Southfield City Council should be able to do the very same thing. If not this council, then who? Who else, pray tell? Who else, Madam Chair? Who else but you? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I hope the audio is a little bit better than we've heard throughout the night. And I think it's just a shame that we have to wait this late to speak when communications can come at the top of the hour when you're doing all the other fluffy types of things. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I want to speak to my fellow Southfielders. I would like for all of you to make it a point to contact the city clerk's office and make sure you know where to vote. We do not have a voter suppression problem in the city of Southfield. The problem is that people are not always informed as to where they vote. If you relocated to a new address in the city of Southfield, do not take for granted that you will vote at the same precinct. I want the city clerk to put out something to the public, and if you've done it, do it again, and every week leading up to the election, where people vote. We have a certain number of quadrants within our city, which consist of either 26.3 or 0.6 square miles, and people need to know where they vote. But I'm going to repeat again, we do not have a voter suppression problem in the city of Southfield. Number two, all of this negative campaigning, or what we would call politicking, we've got some people running for office in this city that is acting just like a Trumplican. That is a Trump plus Republican, attacking people's character, lying, not just lying, but big lies. This has got to stop. An educated voter is our best resident, and that's what we do in the city of Southfield. We are informed voters. We do not take the bait of negative campaigning and politicking. And if someone presents you with an issue, my educated Southfield voters, you ask them for the receipt. And if they can't give you the receipt, don't buy into the big Trump lie. Southfield is better than that. Our elections are better than that. This has got to stop. And y'all know who I'm talking to and about. And I gave you my number so you can call me. I'll talk to you. But this has got to stop. Run on the issue and not the negativity. We are tired of the same old election with negative campaigning, character assassination, and just lies. Run your race.
Thank you, Ms. Gerald. Your time is up.
Thank you. And put us at the top of the list for communications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, at this time, no one else has pressed *3, so that would conclude public comment this evening.
Oh, okay, thank you. Council, is there anything else that we need to address tonight before we end the meeting?
Madam Chair, I had a couple. I had a question for the city administrator.
Yes, please.
I received a call, Mr. Zorn, over the weekend that last week DTE was going through one of the neighborhoods wanting to trim trees around wires. And they showed up, they got all their crews ready, and then they promptly left and without doing any work. When a resident asked them why, they claimed that the trees belonged to the city because it's they live behind city land that's all forest, and they were told they're not allowed to touch city trees to clear them from the electrical lines. Are you aware of any rules like that?
No, I mean, DT has easements across properties. If they have lines, they're theirs to cut. I've not had any conversations, and I could check with, I'd probably check with my employees in forestry or parks and rec. But even if we said something where DTE has lines, they have easements, and they have the right to maintain their easements. I did have one call last week regarding DTE, but it was regarding the work that's being done between Winchester and 12 Mile and on some wire improvements. It was not about trimming trees. If you can maybe give me a general location where that call was from, about which area?
It was section 24.
Section 24.
Sherfield.
Okay.
Between Southwood and Kingshire, right behind the Lincoln Woods Nature Preserve.
Okay.
I was told a whole crew of DTE trucks showed up and then promptly left when they said, "Oh, that's city property. We're not going to touch it."
But if DTE has lines, they have an easement. And in Lincoln Woods, half of that property is owned by MDOT, half of it is owned by the city. So I'd want to see where that is. But again, I go back to, if there were lines in the area, they have the legal right to maintain it. Their easements are recorded even on our property. So that helps me out. We'll have some, I'll make some inquiries.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or anything?
I do.
Oh, okay, Mr. Frazier.
Yes, and this is a question. I don't know if our attorney can answer it or if we need to get some other resource. I've been gone for 2 years. When I came back, I tried to get in the saddle as fast as I could. But to me, it seems like we're misusing the consent agenda. It was always my understanding that the consent agenda was for those things that were regularly ordered on an annual basis or a periodic basis, like toilet tissue, paper towels, things like that. We're putting some pretty heavy duty stuff on the consent agenda, and I don't know if we're cheating our residents of hearing the issues that we're voting on, because we vote on the consent agenda all as one package. And if I'm wrong, I'm fine. It's just that it's a different interpretation than I remember.
Councilman Frazier, this is Don. I will defer to others' interpretation if you're referring to after we discussed items tonight, for example, and then we're putting them on the consent agenda for the next meeting. Is that what you're referencing? I just want to make sure I have an understanding.
Yes, but it's not just tonight. But tonight is an example. Yes.
Well, you and I can talk some more about that, just to, discuss it in detail. I don't know if someone else has a different interpretation of what the consent agenda was used for in the past. I may.
Yeah, Madam President, and to Councilman Frazier, we had this conversation similarly with Coco Seward, and with the consent agenda items, there are a number of things where they can be routine, they can be procedurally, informationally, self-explanatory, non-controversial items. All of those caveats can fall into it. So council is not misusing it in adding the items, because this is considered the cow, and even items that are added at a later time, if they fall under that category, which could be subjective, but in the review of several of our council meetings that Coco Seward and we had another registered parliamentarian look at, it was not at all suggested that we misused the consent agenda items.
Yeah, it just seems odd to me that we can put a $13 million project on a consent agenda without.
Yeah, it's a concept though. It's a concept. So the master plan is just a concept. So it's nothing. We're not committing ourselves to spending that money. It's just a concept, and it's a plan that they can look to within the next 5 years.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could interject for a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. When I was council president, the consent agenda to me, and it is for those routine items that require not a lot of discussion. And I did some research of other city councils around the country back when I may suggest some changes. And that was pretty much it. Consent agenda items were routine items that required very little discussion, very little explanation. They were almost intuitive what that item was. And so, but I think Mr. Frazier is getting into the items are not that let's say that intuitive. And maybe if we just go back to just voting on that particular item, not necessarily it's consenting, but what is that item about? And then you vote on it and vote on the merits of that item right there, as opposed to it said this was discussed and everybody consent on it. If it's opposed to pushing it down the road to next week or 2 weeks to the consent agenda, where they would not get a full discussion, or they will just be consented because we discussed it this week. And I think that out of the fact that things are just perfunctory. But literally, the consent agenda were, under my understanding, was those toilet paper, gasoline, automobiles, police cars every year or something of those natures. So, but obviously, there's an evolving interpretation. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, this is Administrator Zorn. I'd like to just comment. We present all the items at a study session. When they move forward to the consent, if there are any questions or the need for additional comments, any council member has the request at adoption of the agenda to pull the item. I look at it as a way simply to keep production going. I know that sounds rather superficial, but there are a lot of business items, and there's only so much time that myself and my team get with council. So again, it's that our ability to move things along, and if there's any one question between now and the next regular meeting myself and the team welcome questions, and certainly if those questions are unresolved, we expect to field questions during the meeting, and if we don't answer the questions successfully, then I would ask that you table the item, and you know, I don't want to ask for this, but if we're not answering the question, you know, then that you outright deny it then. But you know, I see this as a way just to keep things moving and to ease time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this was the way that we, the council, had agreed to handle our business. We have changed our meetings to a committee of the whole for discussions. We have a regular meeting, and then we have a hybrid meeting where we do both. So it was just the way that this council had decided to do the business of the city, where we discuss each item. We never put anything that's not a routine item on the consent agenda without discussion. We vet the project or whatever it is, getting all of our questions answered prior to putting it on that consent agenda for the following regular meeting. And again, I do believe it was to save time, but it was also because of the way we structured our meetings. And if that's the way I understood it. And we have been doing that for the last few years. So if there's more explanation, I guess we would have to look to our attorney to give us that. So I hope that answers some of your questions. I don't know.
Well, as long as the people that we're working for aren't upset, I guess we know what we're talking about.
Okay. But good question, good conversation. Thank you. Anyone else have anything before we adjourn for the night? Okay, hearing none, I now declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.